I'm putting it on speaker view, Andrew.
Okay.
Good morning, Tony. Good morning, Caryn Ann. Thank you for joining us today.
Good morning.
I see there was a request to send the information to Caryn Ann. I know we've tried to do that. If somebody can get her the Zoom information so we can get her on the mic and ask her a few questions, that would be super. Thank you. I'm just logging into Porcupine for the first time. That looks fantastic. Maybe Sanders. Oh, sorry.
There is no
Yes, I just had to,
register. I see you.
Yeah.
See me on here?
let's see.
Yeah. Oh, you got your microphone on.
I do.
Okay. I have echo.
Hello, testing. Testing, testing.
Hear you, Andrew.
Mic check, mic check.
Testing, testing.
Hey, can you guys hear me right now?
Yes.
Yes. Wonderful. Somebody who said no, you're a smartass. Great. Super. Goodness, it's about that time, isn't it, guys? Jeff, are we ready?
Looks that way. Why don't we give it 3 minutes to 9:05 and we'll kick things off because I'm still just letting some people in.
That's fine. Yeah, that's why I'm asking you the question.
Yep.
If people know that you allow for latecomers, then there will be more latecomers next time.
Hmm.
And more the time after that.
I work in customer service, so we give people 10 minutes before, 10 minutes after. I'm narrowing that window to 5.
Libertarians are always on Libertarian Standard Time.
I don't want to hear any excuses because I see that Caryn Ann and TJ are both on and it's early for them.
And I always oversleep, so. And me and time zones, as you have already learned, are not friends.
It's all good. We're all here now, and that's what matters.
Much earlier for TJ. Well, but an hour makes a big difference this time of day.
It does. I want to make sure that Mr. Minogue is on.
I am here, Tony.
Excellent. We will be calling upon your services today.
I was
You are
expecting
aware.
as much.
Jeff, you let me know when you think we're ready to go, and we'll go. Dwayne, you look like you literally just woke up.
Tony, yeah, it's 9:05. I have the vast majority of the elected state committee here, and the majority of those seeking vacancies. So if you want to kick things off, obviously I'll still be letting people into the room who are credentialed. So let's kick things off. Couple things, just some housekeeping stuff for the day. Everybody will be muted for the duration of the convention. We are using the Porcupine app for our parliamentary purposes. Specifically, you're going to be looking at the mic line feature to be recognized by the chair. So Tony will be monitoring that cue to call upon you. Once Tony calls upon you, I will be unmuting you so you can speak. You won't have the capability to unmute yourself. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tony.
Well, hi, everybody. I'm going to call this meeting to order right now. I'm going to start off with a few words, partly to stall for Jeff so he can let the rest of the people in, and partly because I'm the chair and I get to. I want to thank a whole lot of people who made all of this possible. And I want to start by thanking the special guests that have joined us today. First of all, we have as our parliamentarian, Ms. Caryn Ann Harlos. She is our national secretary, the secretary for the National Party, for those who do not know her. She is the one wearing the Liberty Crown if you are watching on video. I'd like to also acknowledge TJ Ferreira. TJ, there he is, he's waving at you from Los Angeles. TJ is the developer of the Porcupine app that we are using today for our voting and for our mic line. And we appreciate all the hard work that he has done on this. Yes, yes. Round of applause to both of them, even though we're all muted, that's fine. I'd also like to thank our other out-of-stater who is going to be doing the administrative duties today, Jeff Mata. Jeff also led the convention committee, so he put all this together. He actually put together a different convention And then we had to pivot at the last minute because of our lovely Governor Cuomo. I'd like to thank the members of the ISC who have served up until today. You'll be dismissed of your duties after this weekend, guys. And several members of the ISC are on this committee, but several are not. And I want to recognize those people. First of all, Jeff Mata, who I already mentioned, will not be returning to the committee. Mark Patora from Genesee County, who helped us form a lot of our county organizations, won't be returning to the committee. Jim Harris, who has been a longtime libertarian and who I really hope we stay in touch with and keep involved in the party, is not involved in this committee. And I'd like to thank them all for their service. I'd also like to thank those who were on the ISC but did not make it all the way to the end for one reason or the other. Elise Alman, Kruger Gallaudet, Jason Loveland, and Jim Rosenbeck, our first chair of the ISC. I'd like to thank all the ISC members who brought the ball this far. I'm not going to read all of you off because you know who you are, but thank you. I'd like to thank our statewide candidates from 2018 who got us this ballot access. Andrew Hollister, our lieutenant governor candidate, Kruger Gallaudet, our comptroller candidate, Chris Garvey, our attorney general candidate, and of course, the name that we're probably going to mention many times today, Larry Sharp. Thank you all. And now, why am I thanking so many people? Yes, they all deserve a round of applause. I'm thanking so many people because today is a historic day. It's a day that we've been waiting for 2 years, and really we've been waiting for 50 years. Almost 50 years we've been a party in this state. I believe we were formed in 1972. That was our first year, correct, Mr. Kolsky?
Yes.
Yeah, so 48 years, literally, we have been waiting for this day, to finally organize officially as a party in New York State. Whether you have been with the party for all 50 years, for 30 years, for 2 years, because Larry brought you in, or this is your very first libertarian meeting, I welcome all of you. You're part of history. You're part of something great. You're part of something that I've personally been anticipating for a long time, that many people in this room have been anticipating for a very long time. And I'm really proud that we've been able to get here. With that, I think it's time to call the roll. Jeff, are we ready to call the roll?
As ready as we're going to be.
Okay. I'm going to go JD by JD.
Tony, hold on. Give me 1 quick second. I just want to. I just
Yes.
wanted to put that. I just wanted to make sure everyone was muted. That's all.
Okay.
But you should be good to go.
Will they be able to unmute themselves because we're
Oh,
calling?
wait, hold on. Let's not do that yet. Okay. Yep. Everyone can unmute themselves now for roll call. After that, we'll switch everything over.
Of course. And I'm gonna go through JD by JD. If I butcher your name, please correct me. I'm going to butcher several names. I hear there's an echo, so please keep yourself muted until you're called. I'll thank you, whoever did that. Mark Axon. That's not a great opening to a roll call. Michael Madrid.
Present.
Ilya Schwartzberg.
I'm here.
Welcome. Tucker Coburn. Tucker, we knew was going to be in and out today. Gilbert Midonette.
Nah, I think we're good. You got no connection?
Somebody's got no connection. Gary Popkin.
Yes, here.
Thank you, Gary. Jay Carr.
Present.
Todd Haggerty.
I'm here.
Welcome. Cody Anderson.
Present.
Laura Newell.
Here.
That room in Syracuse has quite the echo, doesn't it? Fred Cole.
I'm here.
John James. Thought I saw him on the list.
He's here. He's struggling with the tech.
Got it. Brandon Lyon.
Here.
Rob Arrigo.
Here.
Karyn Thompson.
Here.
Nathan Dunn.
Present.
Skipping JD 5. JD 6. Timothy O'Connor.
Present.
Tom Queter.
I am here and about to hop off. I'll hop back in whenever I can.
I assume Tucker is there right next to you, correct?
Just walked in the door.
Ah, fantastic. Dustin Tate.
Present.
Mark Brayman.
Here.
Rich Pertel.
Here.
Christopher Olensky.
I'm here.
Thank you. Jim Russell. James Russell. Not here. Sean Phelan. Sean, you're very quiet. I did hear you, but that was very, very faint. It's the same. Is it just me hearing that, or does he sound faint to others?
It's fine.
Okay, fair enough. Knowing that, at least we know that. Eric Cooper. No Eric Cooper. Andrew Hollister. No Andrew Hollister. Mark Glogowski.
I'm here.
Welcome, Mark. James Dayton.
Here.
Stephen Becker.
Here.
Carrie Bittner. Carrie Bittner, I see your name.
Here.
Okay, there you are. Kevin Wilson.
Here.
Andrew Kolsky.
Here.
Francis Law. Francis, I know I see you. I see you right there.
Present.
There you are. Patrick Mahoney.
Present.
Kathleen Ligamari.
Here.
Tara Scrivano. No Tara. Aaron Becker. No Aaron Becker. Nick Phelps. No Nick Phelps. Peyton Kunzelman.
Present, and also Erin is here. She's just muted.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Dwayne Whitmer.
Yeah, I'm here.
Great. Daniel Donnelly.
Present.
William Schmidt.
Here.
Pietro Salvatore Geraci.
Present.
Robert Griebsland.
Very good on my last name. Present.
You're welcome. I've been practicing yours. Yours was actually the one I was worried about. Deepak Bansal.
Present, sir.
Thank you. Carmen Haran. I know Carmen was having some issues getting in, so if someone could get her in touch with Jeff Mata at the phone number that he has up on screen, that would be fantastic. Jeff, do you?
I'm here with Satinder Kaur. because I
Oh, you
couldn't
are
stop.
there. You are here.
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay, great. Fantastic. Kenneth Epstein. Kenneth Epstein? No Ken Epstein. Mahavir Singh.
Is there, Ken Epstein was their chairman.
He is here. You know what? I heard somebody say I'm here faintly, and I wasn't sure if it was just somebody in the background
It
at
was
one
a
of our
Ken
locations.
Epstein.
Okay, excellent. Good. Thank you. Mahavir Singh.
They are together, Ken Epstein and Mahavir Singh are together.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Satinder Kaur.
Here.
Gary Denoyan.
I'm here.
Excellent. How's the food at the diner?
The steak was good. Steak and
Excellent.
eggs.
Excellent. And Bobby Callity, I heard you talking to me, so I know you're here.
Yes, I am, and I am happy to see my friend Gary Denoyan also as well on the other side.
Excellent. Michael Arcadi.
Present.
Wonderful. And Gabrielle Cordova.
Here.
Excellent. Thank you. That is the end of the roll call. So thank you, everybody. What's next on our agenda? Let's go over to our agenda tab, shall we? Nobody in queue. So I believe we have a report from the Rules Subcommittee and adoption of the special rules of the order of the organization meeting. At this point, I believe I turn that over to Mr. Kolsky. Mr. Kolsky, you have the floor.
Yes, the special rules of order are on the portal. They've been distributed. So I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the special rules of order as recommended by the interim state committee and amendments adopted by the rules committee. I will put the motion on the screen. Just give me a minute.
Okay. Mr. Kolsky is also acting as our convention secretary, so I want to thank him for his service today.
All right, can you see that?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Motion to adopt the special rules of order of the organization meeting of the Libertarian Party of New York as recommended by the interim state committee on August 30th, 2020, including the amendments recommended by the rules committee. And the exhibit is this document here, which is on the portal. So I make that motion.
Okay. That's a motion coming out of a committee, so it does not require a second. Mr. Phelan, I see you've jumped into queue to make a motion. That wouldn't be in order right now, but I'm wondering if. Okay. So I think we're good on that. Any discussion on the adoption of the special rules of the order of the organization meeting?
Tony, hold on one second. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You're good.
Okay.
Okay.
If there's any discussion, please hop into the queues in Porcupine. I see we have somebody already hopping in queue. Pietro wants to call the question. I'm going to give Pietro, I'm going to call that, we have Peyton Kunzelman also looking to call the question. I'm going to call that dilatory because I want to give people a couple minutes to at least look over and understand the special rules before we move on. But then we'll call the question. No worries. I just want to make sure everybody has at least 2 minutes before we jump right to that. This is the quietest convention ever. Jeff, we don't have any hands raised or anything, do we?
No, we don't. We do have a point of parliamentary inquiry, though.
We do have a point of parliamentary inquiry from Mr. Phelan.
Let me just get to him. Give me 1 second. He can unmute himself.
Okay.
All right, Sean, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
I'm sorry, Sean. I couldn't understand what you were saying.
I'm saying
I believe he's asking if we have a quorum.
Oh, he's asking if we have a quorum. Mr. Colstein, we did not actually establish a quorum before we moved to the special rules, but I think we're kind of in a place where we need to adopt the special rules before we can call the quorum. However, did anybody keep track of how many people we have on the call voting?
I will count that up.
Okay, please, thank you. While you're doing that, Mr. Mahoney, you're seeking to nominate somebody, but we don't have nominations open right now. So I'm wondering if you were seeking to be recognized for another reason. Jeff, if you could let Mr. Mahoney unmute himself.
He should be good.
I was just trying to second the motion, but it doesn't require a second. Sorry.
No, no worries. No worries. Mr. Colstein, are you still counting?
We have 47.
We have 47 of the 53 people seated, so that is quorum by any count. Thank you for asking, Mr. Phelan. Without objection, we can move to a vote since the question has been called. TJ, if you be so kind as to make us a poll.
How many minutes?
Let's make it 3 minutes.
Okay, it'll say, should we adopt the special rules of order published?
Yes, yes, that'll be fine.
The poll is out there. It'll be on the active tab under the take action vote menu item. And people are already voting.
During these 3 minutes of voting, I'd like to turn the mic over to Mr. Minogue, who I know had a few words to say today, and I want to make sure that we get those in. So, Mr. Minogue, I'm putting you on the spot.
Let me just. There we go. Steve, you should be good to unmute yourself now.
There we go. Yeah, you kind of put me on the spot a little bit, Tony. I wasn't sure with the virtual thing if I was going to say anything, but I just want to wish this new state committee the best of luck. I'm really excited to be a part of this very first convention, even if it is the last thing that I do here with the LPNY. I'm very sad that I have to leave. I will miss everybody. We are lucky to have such a hardworking group of libertarians in New York State. And, you know, I'm hoping I get the same reception in South Dakota. But listen, I wish you guys the best of luck. I know you're going to do great things. And I just want to thank everyone for the opportunity to serve them over the past 2 years in various positions throughout the state party. And again, I'm going to miss all of you. You know, I'm really looking forward to today and to see how things go. So thank you guys so much again. And that's all I got.
Thank you, Steve.
Hey, Tony. It looks like we're having a few people who have issues with just having some technical issues with Porcupine.
I don't think it'll make a difference.
I don't either, But if I don't know if you want to take like 5 minutes and have TJ maybe just do, give some pointers.
Actually, I'm going to do that after this vote. Like I said, it's not going to make a difference on this vote. I'm going to let it play out, but I don't think it's going to make a difference. But after this, yes, I'll turn the floor over to TJ and maybe have him give the nickel tour. Hope you all brought your nickels.
Bobby has his hand raised, so I'm gonna unmute him.
Yeah, go right ahead.
First, I want to say good morning to everyone and thank you for having me. And I'm honored to join all the distinguished member and the state committee men and women. Chairman, I humbly request to fill the vacancy, amend the agenda. I think it should be put to the last, since I don't know if I never seen it, who be filling the vacancy, if it was circulated or not. If we can fill it on the end of the agenda instead of the beginning of the agenda, or the next meeting, please.
Well, I will take that motion in just a few minutes, Dr. Calaty.
Thank you, Chairman.
But I want to talk about this poll. We have 37 ayes, and for a total of, and we had 5 who are not eligible to vote who voted, for a total of 42. So the ayes have it, and we have adopted the special rules of order.
Tony, I'm just going to interrupt you real quick. I just want to, real quick, if you are just some housekeeping, if you're not seated on the state committee or looking to fill a vacancy, even though you do have access to Porcupine right now, that's where the invalid votes are coming from. So if you're not seated on the committee yet, even if you do try to vote, it's going to come up as an invalid. So just a pointer.
TJ, I probably should have done this at the open, but I want to make sure that everybody is as prepared for this as possible. So if you don't mind giving the nickel tour of Porcupine right now, that would be great.
Certainly. Would you like me to share my screen as well?
That would probably be very helpful.
Okay. All right, everyone. This is Porcupine. So you're looking at my screen right now in Zoom, but in your browser window, you should see something similar. Each of you should see a different robot than what I see on my screen. So mine is a red little guy there. But when you see that robot, that's how you know that you've logged in with the email address that we have on file for you. If you don't see that robot, or if you see a blank white screen, chances are you're using the wrong email address. But when you get here, this is the home page, and this is how you can get to the convention portal. And then we've got a couple other pages. So the delegations page is where you can come to see who is logged in here. The little tag that says present or absent, those are manually filled in as we see people join Zoom and Porcupine. It is not an automated thing just when you log into Porcupine. And so they might not be 100% up to date as the meeting goes on, but it is a good indicator of who was here during roll call. The green bars means that you are elected. Blue bars means that you are eligible to fill a vacancy, and purple here means that you are ineligible because you're moving out of the state and no one likes you anymore. Just kidding, Steve. The yellows here are gold. These are the admins and the parliamentarian at the bottom. And we've broken these down by judicial committee, and then those people who might be seeking a spot on the executive committees. I'm going to pause there and see if anyone has any questions, and you can either raise your hand or put something in the chat window if you have questions, and I'll glance at the chat as I'm going through here. Next on the list is the agenda. And so you can see we are in the report of rules subcommittee agenda item, and that is active, and we've disposed of 2 agenda items. This will continue to march its way down as we go through the day today and tomorrow. So that's everything that's in the information. You've got agenda, delegations, and home. This take action tab is where you go to actually participate in the meeting. There are 2 things in here. The first is the mic line. In here, you can join 3 different queues. You can join the agenda queue, which is where you would go to, add something to the agenda. Basically, if you want to dictate what we talk about next, that's the agenda queue. So you could add a main motion, suspend the rules. You can try to adjourn or recess, and so on. That's the agenda queue. I'm going to skip over here to the motion queue, the orange button. When you click on that, these are the things that you can do when a motion is on the table. You could speak for, speak against, call the question, try and amend it. And then if we're in the process of nominating people for a position, this is where you would find the nominate button to get into queue in order to make a nomination. And then last but not least, the join interrupting queue. The join interrupting queue is where you would go if you need to get the attention of the chair immediately. These are things that in an in-person meeting, you would actually be able to just yell out, or that you have priority to say. Object and second are usually going to be called for by the chair. If someone's made a motion, you can ask, are there any seconds or any objections? This is where you go to make those objections or seconds. And then the rest of these are your privileged motions, where you can raise a question of privilege, ask for the orders of the day, ask for a point of order, so on and so forth. Division of the assembly is usually used for voting in order to divide the assembly. Since we're doing this online, the votes are pretty much already divided, so probably not going to be using that today. So when you click on one of these, so for example, nominate, you will show up on the queue here, and Tony's watching that queue as we go along in order to make sure that he knows who wants to speak next. If you wanted to remove yourself from queue, this button at the bottom says you're in position 1. If you click on that, it'll ask you, do you want to remove yourself? And you can say, okay. If you didn't want to remove yourself, you could just hit cancel there. Jeff and I also have the ability to remove people as queue. So when Tony calls on you and your item has been addressed, if you don't remove yourself, we will remove you from the queue so that the queue stays as clean as possible for Tony. And that's about all I got. So I saw a number of people here switching browsers and trying incognito mode seems to have worked for most of you. Looks like Susan. Let's look at you real quick and see what email address I have for you. I have an AIM email address for you. Is that the one that you used to log in? And if so, then we've got to look at this further. But if you didn't use that email address, then that's probably the problem. And I'm looking in the system right now, and it looks like you used your Gmail address to log in, and that's why you're seeing a blank screen. So Susan, if you switch to logging in with your AIM email address, that'll work for you. If that's not an email that you have access to, I can change your email in the system to Gmail, but you will have to log out and reset your password to do that.
I got a funny feeling that I don't know where you got the AIM email address. Susan, can we unmute Susan so she can speak?
Yep, doing that right now.
Okay.
Susan, you should be good to unmute yourself.
Guys, yeah, I do have access to that email address. It's just, it's not my preferred email address anymore. It's just old.
Okay. The quickest thing would be for you to log in using that. And
I'll do it. No problem.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I believe
after that.
Mr. Arcadi, I saw that you were also having issues. Are you still having these issues? Yes, Mr. Arcadi is still having these issues.
I'm looking up that email right now because, Mr. Arcardi, are you getting the white screen like Susan was?
He did say that he was.
Okay. I have your NYU EDU email address as the one on file.
Does it start with MA or is it Michael Arcadi?
Michael Dodd.
Okay, I know the problem now. Thank you.
No problem.
And Andrew Hollister is having the same issue, and I have a funny feeling that it's going to be the same issue.
Let me get Andrew.
I have your Gmail address. It's first name, middle initial, and last name all together. That which you use?
That's not what I use, but I can probably get access to that.
You logged into your NYU, I can see, right? Or when?
Sorry, say it again.
Nothing. I was still looking at Arcadi. I flipped to the wrong place.
Okay. It should be an address that starts with A and ends with a 5 at gmail.com.
Yeah, I see that you logged in with that, and that will not give you access to vote.
Is there anybody else having technical issues? I want to make sure we get these settled early.
I have one question from Todd privately, so I'm sending him which email address I have to him.
Fair enough.
Tony, Bobby had a question.
Chairman,
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm trying to log into the join agenda queue or the join interrupting, but I'm not getting on any one of them.
Okay. Putting you on the list. I'm glad we're taking this time now to get through the technical issues, so we don't have to deal with them all day long.
Thank you, Chairman.
No worries.
Bobby, I show you did use the correct email address yesterday to log in. Today, you have not logged in with that email address. So that will be your AOL email address.
I tried to log in and
Bobby, I believe the host muted you in the middle of that.
Sorry, I apologize.
Chairman, I tried to log in and I was not able to log in, and so do the other people. I don't know what to do here.
Okay, so when you go to ny.porcupine.live.
Where I'm going, I'm sorry, please just say, okay.
Yeah, so if you open up a browser window, preferably Chrome, but any browser should at least get you to the website.
Yeah, but where it says, yeah, that's when I'm confused. Yeah. I'm asking somebody to help.
Okay.
Exit full screen, I don't see.
I know what the problem is. You're looking at his screen. He took over your whole screen. When he goes away, there should be an exit full screen up there, Bobby. And I don't see it.
He said, I don't have an exit full screen, but I'm on your screen, he's saying.
Yes. Let me stop sharing my screen so that we don't have any of that confusion. Yeah, you were probably trying to click the join buttons on my screen. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So, where? Very. I had to log in here. how I do that.
Is anybody else having a technical issue right now, specifically with Porcupine? Before we move on, I see there's Ms. Lugamari. Thank you for that in the chat. Refreshing your screen may help. You had to in Porcupine to see polls and ballots. Yes, I had that same issue during some testing. I didn't today, but I did during testing. Seeing no technical issues, I will return to Dr. Calati's motion to amend the rules to move the filling of vacancies to the end of the agenda. Is there a second on that? Did you not hear me talking?
We can hear you, sir.
Okay. Dr. Calati made a motion. Mr. Kolsky, point of order.
Yes, since we adopted the special rules of order to suspend the rule, this would be out of order because we would have to suspend the rules by 2/3 vote in order to amend the agenda.
Well, that's fine, but that's what's being asked for right now. I'm going to rule it in order, and it has been seconded by Mr. Mahoney. Dr. Calati, would you like to speak to your motion? He's raising his hand. Jeff, there he is.
Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Bansal had seconded and he could not get in. We still can't get into the Porcupines, and I'm so sorry. And I mean, he trying to unmute it. It was not unmuted. All I'm asking is if it can be, put to fill the vacancies on the end of the agenda instead of the beginning, and to leave to all our state committee men. If they all think this is the best, I had to respect their decisions, but I think it should be, since it's not circulated to everyone who would be or who would not be. So that's my region, giving the chance to all the state committee men, equal chance to review who we putting in. That's all.
Fair enough. Thank you. And to be clear, I see that Mr. Bonsall did have a problem seconding, but it was seconded by Mr. Mahoney. So your motion.
And I want to say thank you to Mr. Mahoney, bottom of my heart, for doing it second, because this is for the best interest of our party chairman. It's not my best interest. It's the best interest of the party. So I let other people to speak if they have to. Thank you.
And I'm going to get to Mr. Denoyan's point of order, but first I want to make sure that we get Mr. Bonsall's technical issues solved. So TJ, if you don't mind taking care of that.
Certainly. And so what is the current issue?
Jeff, if you could unmute Mr. Bonsall. He was physically raising his hand. I did see that on screen.
Working on it.
No worries. I know you are.
All right. He should be good to go. He should be able to unmute himself now.
He's unmuted, but I cannot hear him. I don't know if his microphone is working.
I second it, Chairman.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Are you okay with Porcupine, Dr.
Yeah.
Callet? Okay, you're fine. Great. Fantastic.
Just to test that, can you go ahead and put your second in the interrupting queue, and then we'll remove it just to make sure you're in.
I don't see that you've gotten into the interrupting queue yet.
Correct, I didn't see that.
While you guys are working on that, I'm going to let Mr. Denoyan raise his point of order.
Yep. Getting to Gary, and Gary should be good.
Hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Hi, Tony. Okay. Yeah, I suggest this motion will be out of order. I think the election law, I know the election law requires that all vacancies be filled. And although it doesn't explicitly say exactly when that should happen, I think it's clear that the purpose of the law and good governance requires that that be done before any other substantive action is taken. Otherwise, it could be sitting just before the end of the committee in a year and a half. So I would say that the motion is out of order. It's violating of the New York election law.
Fair enough, Gary. I'm going to rule it in order. I see that we have a couple of people looking to speak against this motion. I'm going to let them do that. And I suspect that we're going to end up with the same result. Mr. Anderson, if you'd like to speak against. Yes, you've got the floor as soon as Mr. Mata gives you the floor.
Cody has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would speak against changing special rules of order. It is important that the entire elected state committee and vacancy fillers be allowed to vote. It will give the rules that we subsequently adopt the legitimacy they need so that we can move forward as a unified committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Dr. Popkin.
Gary should be good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. We talked about this at great length, and we want everybody to participate in electing officers and adopting rules.
Fair enough. Would anybody else like to speak to this motion? Failing that, let's move to a vote. TJ, oh, yeah, well, Peyton, I already called the question, so you can remove that. We've moved to a vote now. So let's move to a vote. TJ, if you'd be so kind to give us, let's make 3 minutes on the poll on this one. I'm debating whether we go longer in case people do have issues voting.
Would you like me to put a 1 minute poll out there of can you vote, and everyone can vote on that to see who still can't?
Sure.
Whether they say yes or no, we'll know that they can vote. We'll put out a 1 minute poll.
So there's a 1 minute poll out there right now. Just to, we're making sure that everybody can see it and vote. Who is eligible to vote at this time? This is actually pretty encouraging. We've got 41 people who have voted so far, 42, 43, 44, 45. Guys.
So of the people eligible to vote, Mr. Chair, you had 33 aye, 1 nay, and 3 abstains. So you have 37 people who can vote right now who are allowed to.
Who was not able to vote in that poll? Please identify yourselves. Mr. Verna Mr. Verna, you were unable to vote completely? You should have been able to vote even if you were ineligible. It would have just been ruled an invalid vote.
Yeah, the voting page was blank.
It was, okay. And what email address did you use to log in?
I thought it was the email address that I had, anthony@anthonyverna.com.
You could see the voting page. It was just blank, as in like you could see the active past polls tab and things like that.
Yes, you could. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so that won't be the email address. That means that you actually are in the system. Some people have found that the active tab, sometimes they have to hit refresh in order to make the poll show up. So when we announce a vote, try hitting refresh there. And we'll see next time. It was only out there for a minute, which is pretty short.
It was, and this was just a test vote. Was anybody else unable to vote? I see Mr. Bonsall, you were not able to vote?
Chairman, I was unable to log in and to vote.
Okay, TJ, do your thing.
All right, let me first look at the email address in the system. Okay, it is your Gmail, and let's see if that Gmail has not logged in today. So I don't know if you logged in with a different email address, but the Gmail address that we have on file for you has not logged in today.
Can you put your address in the chat, Mr. Bonsall?
So in my email,
in the chat window, I'm going to send you the email address I have on file for you. Let me know if that is your email address, and that's what you should be using.
Go back to your email. Just go back. JPK.
While we're working on that, any other questions?
yes, I'm logging in.
There you go, you're in.
I'm on my phone. My email.
Get your email here. Go to your email.
I believe somebody is unmuted.
Tony Bobby has his hand raised as well. I'm going to unmute him. Tony, you're muted too.
Okay, I've asked Bobby to unmute. I saw he had his hand raised and I lowered it for him. Gonna see if anybody else has their hand raised. I appreciate everybody's indulgence and patience here while we work through these issues. I want to make sure that everybody is participating in the best manner possible. And as completely as possible.
Tony, do you want to put us at ease for like a few minutes here? Not that we're like unofficially, but just so we can get this stuff sorted out.
Actually, yes. Why don't we do that? Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You had your hand raised.
Oh, I did not. It was, if I did a mistake, I apologize. I yield.
Fair enough. Yeah, why don't we stand at ease for, it's 10 o'clock. Why don't we stand at ease until 10:10? And
I did it again.
It's okay. Let's stand at ease until 10:10. Let's get these technical issues sorted out. I think we're close. I think we've just got a few at this point. So yeah, we're at ease until 10 after 10 Eastern time. That's 8:10 Mountain time, Ms. Harlos. I couldn't resist. I'm sorry.
Hey, Tony, since as a co-host, you're able to unmute others as well? Or?
I can ask them to unmute.
Okay, and can you unmute yourself as a co-host? I'm sorry.
Yes, I can unmute myself.
Okay.
I am a co-host. Okay, I didn't even notice.
Yeah, I made you a co-host. I'm actually gonna promote Caryn Ann to a co-host as well.
Okay.
So we don't have to go back and forth.
Fair enough. And she's been very helpful, and I have a parliamentary chat going with her as well. She's been very helpful in kind of helping us guide this meeting. So I give her credit for how smoothly this is going.
Hey Tony, is my audio any better now?
Still quiet, but a little better.
So I've put a 10-minute poll out there while we're at ease that says, can you vote round 2? Mainly for the people who are having trouble and trying to make sure that they can vote. I'm not expecting everyone to hit that.
Excellent. While we're at ease,
And Mr. Verna, if you could make sure that you can see this one, that'd be great.
I want to take a moment at ease to recognize a couple of people, additional people that we haven't, I had not recognized earlier. First is Millie Dordal, and the second is Gary Denoyan. They both have organized get-togethers in Syracuse and New Rochelle, respectively. I don't know of any other get-togethers, although I believe, Mr. Arrigo, you also have one in Saratoga. And I want to thank you for doing that. This convention is absolutely not the way any of us wanted. So I'm glad that some of you were able to get at least some semblance of normalcy in these abnormal times. Mr. Verna, if we need to send you a sticker, we can do that.
While we're at ease, everybody is unable to unmute themselves. So if you do have a question, you can pose it. While we are at ease, I'd like to give a shout out to all those watching on YouTube. This is, I know watching technical difficulties is never fun, but the exciting stuff is coming when we get back. I see Mr. Schwartzberg has what I believe is a hedgehog with a porcupine costume on screen. That is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. As you know, the porcupine is the official symbol of the Libertarian Party. Symbol is the correct word for that, right, Ms. Harlos? And not mascot?
Audio test, test.
That's better. That's a lot better.
All right, I think I got it.
Excellent.
Everyone should be able to unmute themselves right now. So if you have a question, you can just unmute yourself and ask it.
May I be recognized for a moment, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
In a moment of ease, I just wanted to thank personally all this convention's gold sponsors. These are people who have contributed at least $250 towards arranging all of this. These would be Mr. Cody Anderson, Richard Bell, Mark Ryman, Robert Cocomello, Aaron Comey, Brianna Coyle, Anthony DeRazio, Millie Dordal, Jeff Mata, Laura Newell, Rob Power, Thomas Quieter, Paul Seacrest, Charles Senrick, Daniel Zinger, Ilya Schwartzberg, and yours truly. So thank you very much for supporting this organizing meeting. Thank you.
Yes, I'd
Chairman,
like to.
Chairman,
Yes, Dr. Calathi.
I'm going to withdraw my motion so you don't have to be concerned about that votings.
I will allow. I will allow that.
Thank you.
And we are back from at ease. But as we come back, I want to make sure that I echo the sentiment that Mr. Donnelly just so kindly offered. Several people have helped us make sure that we could do this convention from a financial standpoint. When we lost the ability to have this convention in person, clearly we lost the we made it a completely free convention no matter what. But we did also offer a sponsorship ability on our as part of the registration, and I appreciate everybody who has helped us financially in making sure that we could have the tools that we need to pull off this virtual convention. These things aren't free, and your support is very much appreciated. So thank you very much.
Tony, I'm just gonna switch back to mute everyone, so you're gonna have to unmute yourself.
Okay, that's fine. Dr. Calathi has withdrawn his motion. Mr. Anderson, you have point of order.
Mr. Chair, with Mr. Calathi's withdrawal made while we're back from at ease?
I can have him make it again if you want to, but
I would appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Calathi, since we were at ease when you made your withdrawal, if you wouldn't mind repeating it.
I withdraw my motion that I made to put to the last agenda to fill the vacancies. So I withdraw that motion very proudly.
Thank you very much, Dr. Calathi. I'm going to allow that. So if Mr. Donnelly, you have a second in the queue, and I think that may have be an error. So if you want to clear that, that would be great. The second would not be in order at this time. However, our next item on our agenda is the filling of the vacancies on the state committee. So here's how this is going to work for those who, before I do actually move on to this, TJ, do we have the technical issues sorted out? Are there any outstanding? Do we need to stand at ease longer?
I am not aware of any technical issues at the moment.
Fair enough. If any others pop up, we will work through them. So here's how here's how this is going to work. I saw a motion briefly pop up and then disappear, so we're going to let that slide. We are up to filling of the vacancies on the state committee. Now, several names have been entered into nomination ahead of time. Many of those nominations have been accepted already, and I'm going to have the secretary read them into the record so we can have them officially recorded, including who made the nomination. Mr. Arrigo, you have a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, for clarification, are the votes to fill vacancies anonymous? In other words, people know how we voted, or are those public?
These are anonymous.
Okay, thank you.
No worries. At this time, Mr. Kolsky, I'm going to have you read those names in the nomination. But after that, we're going to go JD by JD and open the nominations to the floor. So additional names can be entered into nomination.
All right. I am going to share the credentials report on my screen. Just
okay. That'd be great.
Share. Okay. The credentials report is also on the portal. The credentials report lists all the voting members. There are 15 vacancies, and these are the following candidates that were nominated and accepted. In Judicial District 1, Rebecca Lau, nominated by Christopher Linsky. In Judicial District 2, Matthew Morgan was nominated by Gary Popkin. In Judicial District 5, where there is 6 vacancies, these are the following candidates. Maria Burrell, submitted by Christopher Linsky. Millie Dordell, submitted by Laura Newell. Jared I, submitted by Chris Linsky. David Feit, submitted by Tom Queter. Sean Hannon, submitted by Laura Newell. Katrina Martin, submitted by Chris Linsky. Craig Miles, submitted by Cody Anderson. And Sean Stevens, submitted by Cody Anderson. In Judicial District 7, there's 1 vacancy available. 1 nomination, Tony D'Orazio, submitted by Mark Brayman. In Judicial District 9, there is 1 vacancy. There were 2 nominees so far. Anthony Pellegrino, submitted by Bill Schmidt, and then Anthony Verna, submitted by Cody Anderson. In Judicial District 11, there is 1 vacancy available. Brianna Coyle was the 4 people who have been nominated so far. Brianna Coyle, who was submitted by Mark Brayman. Romo Hallahan, submitted by Tom Queter. Jose Garcia, submitted by Tom Queter, and Erwin Mark Weinblatt, submitted by Ilya Schwartzberg. In Judicial District 12, there were 2 vacancies available. Aaron Comey, submitted by Daniel Donnelly. Emmanuel Torres, submitted by Daniel Donnelly. And then finally, in Judicial District 13, we have 2 vacancies available. The nominees submitted so far were Richard Bell, submitted by Mark Glogowski, and Susan Overeem Cummings, submitted by Ilya Schwartzberg. So those are the submitted candidates to fill vacancies for the 15 vacancies, and I motion to enter them into nomination, or hereby enter them into nomination.
Before I take that motion, which will not require a second, and they are nominations, so they don't really require a second anyway. Are all of these, I'm going to ask 2 questions. Are all of these members eligible per the rules of the Libertarian Party?
Yes, they are enrolled libertarians, and they do reside in their district, or they're enrolled in their district in which they have been nominated as a libertarian.
And my second question, has everybody accepted their nominations?
Everyone has accepted their nomination, except we have not heard back from Katrina Martin.
Okay, thank you. We have a few interrupting motions. We're going to start with Mr. Donnelly's objection to consideration of the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say that election law and the Libertarian Party of New York entrusts the electorate of our respective judicial districts to send representatives to the state committee. I am just voicing objection to the fact that we have had nominations from people who do not live in these judicial districts. I'm thinking of Judicial District 11, pardon, where all the nominees were made by state committee members who are not in that district. I would say that we should trust the elected representatives to nominate the colleagues with whom they will be serving for the next 2 years. This is to say nothing about the character of those nominees nor of the nominators, but we should follow the principle that the electorate in the respective judicial districts gets to send and nominate the representatives from their districts. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Donnelly. I'm going to actually ask Mr. Kolsky an additional question. As soon as he gets back to his keyboard, I saw he was running around.
Yes, what was the question?
Were these nominations made in accordance with the rules of the Libertarian Party?
Yes, they just, each nominee just has to be nominated by a member of the state committee. It does not matter which judicial district they're in, as long as they are an elected member, one of the 53 members.
Wonderful. Thank you. Mr. Donnelly, I'm ruling your objection out of order. Mr. Alinsky, you have an objection and a request for information. I'm going to go with, so I'm giving you the floor and letting you speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have my objection is to the validity of the credentials report being valid. I've reviewed some information, and I would like to get verification on Mr. Fite's registration within the Libertarian Party. From what I'm seeing on the Board of Elections, it shows him as a registered Libertarian and an actively registered Democrat in 2 different districts in the state. I'd like to get some verification on that, please, because otherwise I believe that makes him ineligible. Thank you.
So I don't have the dates of his enrollments in front of me. Mr. Kolsky, do you have those dates?
Yes, I do. I have information.
Okay.
So David Fite's enrollment was checked. He wasn't enrolled, or he is listed as an active enrolled Democrat in Kings County in JD2. He's also listed as an active enrolled Libertarian in Oswego County in Fulton. His enrollment as a Libertarian Party took place on September 16th. When he was originally nominated, he was not an enrolled member of the Libertarian Party. When he was nominated about a couple weeks ago, he was informed about this, informed to update his enrollment. And then his enrollment came through the Board of Elections in the last update that he enrolled on the 16th of September of this month. So
remind me who, go on. I'm sorry, I'll let you finish.
Yeah, that's basically it.
Who was Mr. Fite's nominator?
Tom Queter.
Mr. Queter is not on the line right now, correct? He is not.
I do not see him. I do not see David Fite present either.
I do not see David Fite present either. I gotta think about this one for a minute. He is an eligible Libertarian now, per what you just told me. So he's eligible now. The question is, does he need to be renominated since he was not eligible when he was nominated, thus invalidating that nomination? I'm going to leave that to the body to decide. Mr. Anderson has entered a point of order.
Mr. Chair, I believe that Mr. Fite, if at the time he was nominated by Mr. Queter, was not enrolled Libertarian, he was not eligible at the time, so his pre-nomination was not in order nor proper under the rules of the Libertarian Party of New York. I would suggest that nomination be withdrawn, that a nomination, if desired, be made from the floor, and he can accept and if determined to be qualified.
Okay, so I think what I was saying there was misunderstood. So I want to make sure that it's understood. That's my ruling here, that he needs to be nominated from the floor. His nomination at the time was invalid. He would be an eligible nominee now, but he was not an eligible nominee when he was nominated. So I'm ruling that nomination invalid, but he can be renominated from the floor. Mr. Orlensky, does that satisfy your appeal? Mr. Orlensky needs to be unmuted. I will unmute him.
It does not, Mr. D'Orazio. Thank you. As you can see, I've also put in an objection to the ruling of the chair. I don't think this is a matter of personality over principles. The BOE is still showing him as an actively enrolled Democrat in another party. And by that alone, we need to uphold our principles. And I believe that disqualifies him. Thank you.
Okay, we will come back to that. Mr. Glogowski, you have an objection? Dr. Glogowski, you are unmuted.
Yes, I was my belief that the individual had to be present at the time to be nominated and accept the nomination. And if they're not present, they cannot accept the nomination if they're not present.
Fair enough, thank you. Mr. Denoyan, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, hi, Tony. Just that, there's been discussion about pre-nominations. As you know, we had some discussion about, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Okay. I think as a matter of law, since this committee was unable to legally take any action prior to today, I think our understanding was that any nominations, although they would be submitted and processed and publicized in advance, don't actually legally take place until today's meeting. So I would say that since David Fite apparently is enrolled libertarian as of today, that the fact that he wasn't enrolled at the time of some previous point shouldn't preclude his nomination today. Now, whether he's present today or whether his nominator is present today, that's a different matter. But legally, none of the nominations actually took place before today, in my understanding.
So I just want to make sure I understand what you said there, Mr. Denoyan. Your understanding was that the nominations were essentially all made today, correct?
Correct.
Fair enough. Thank you. Dr. Popkin, request for information. There you go. You should be good.
Yes. Where does David live now?
Mr. Kolsky, you did some investigation on this, so I'll let you answer.
He's enrolled in 2 different places, but he says he's either moving or has moved, it's not clear, to Oswego County. I believe he was originally from there. On Facebook, he says he's still in Brooklyn, but it's not clear exactly, but he is an active enrolled libertarian in Oswego County and an active enrolled Democrat in Brooklyn. So that's all I know.
So this is going to be me showing my, I have a feeling I know the answer to this question. I'm hoping that somebody smarter than me will have a good answer to this question. How can somebody be enrolled twice? I thought the last enrollment was the one that was valid, that you could not have 2 valid active enrollments. I have a feeling Mr. Popkin has an answer for me.
Yes.
Gary.
Yes, the counties do not talk to one another. If you move from one county to another, you can register in your new county of residence, and the old county doesn't know anything about it. If his most recent enrollment was, as Andrew says, on September 16th in Oswego County, and he at some address in Oswego County, then that's the enrollment we should go by. Brooklyn will take him off the rolls. The New York City Board of Elections will take him off the rolls in 10 years or so.
Super, thank you. Dr. Calaty, I see you have your hand raised. You can.
Yes, Gary Pumpkin is right when in the past the law was what he said, but is no longer that law exists since almost now last year to my best knowledge. And due to that similar circumstances with Gary Pappen, one of our committee person who was running as a candidate for the state committee and went from Nassau County to Suffolk County had a issue, and that's why that committee person is no longer there due to a change of enrollment. And I want to make that clear. And the state had ruled in favor of the what objection they're bringing. County to county, they do communicate. They used to don't communicate, but now it affects immediately the time of changing. So if the time of changing, they did not make the change, then that means the change wasn't there, because one of my own committee man, actually committee woman, who was taken out due to the exact what you guys talking about. So I want to make sure that you guys understand it's as recent, and it was case was gone to the court, and even the court made a decision, the law is changed. And this happened only a couple months back before the primary.
And to be clear, that was somebody who moved out of district and they were ruled ineligible to serve because they no longer lived in district, correct?
No, but
No.
the enrollment of the party, enrollment of the change of the party from Nassau County to Suffolk County, and the time of change. And because that even though it was changed on time, but because it changed in a different county and the timing of change, and the judge said, even though they changed it on the same day and other 3 members, but she was not eligible to be the state committee woman, the chairman, and the rules just went against her. They just made the decision before the primary.
Okay, fair enough. So you are objecting to the nomination of Mr. Fight, correct?
I'm not objecting. I just made the clarification what I just had the knowledge of as recent, and I'm just trying to make a clarification to my state committee man Gary Popkins that he, even though he was right, but it's changed from this year. That's what I'm trying to say.
Mr. Chair, I just want to let you know that David has joined the call. He is on the call with us.
David, Mr. Fight has joined the call?
Correct.
Wonderful. Mr. Arrigo, you have a point of parliamentary inquiry?
Yes, sir. Maybe more of a clarification. It's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Fight now lives in Oswego County, and he is attempting, yes, he's saying yes, I see a nod. And he's attempting to run for a state committee seat from the New York City area. Wouldn't that make him ineligible?
That is incorrect. He's attempting to run for a state committee seat in Oswego County. So it would be in
okay,
JD5. Thank you. No worries.
Thank you.
I'm correct on that, right, Mr. Fight?
He gave you a thumbs up.
Okay, yep, cool. I'm going to ask him to unmute himself. I'm going to ask him a few questions. And I'm hoping, and then we'll go to Mr. Alinsky's request for information. Mr. Fight, can you clarify your enrollment?
Yes, so I just moved back up to Oswego County during all of the COVID lockdown stuff, and re-registered there as a libertarian, enrolled as a libertarian. The registration from Brooklyn should have gone away. I don't understand why I'm registered in 2 places at the same time. I've never seen that before. But I am an Oswego County resident and an enrolled libertarian.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fight. I saw Mr. Olensky had a request for information, but I have a feeling that you just answered his question. Is that correct? Cool. So we have a motion on the floor right now to accept the list of nominations previously made. Is there any further discussion on this? Dr. Calaty, did you still mean to have your hand raised?
I said yes.
Okay.
What I wanted to clarify is the new law says if you move from county to county, your enrollment follows you. Even if you register to the new party, it takes a year till the next primary to change the affiliation of the party.
Oh, hang on. I think you got muted there.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem, Chairman. Thank you. I just want to clarify the enrollment of the party. If you move from county to county, in old time, you immediately, instantly can be changed. In the new rule, your enrollment follow whatever you are enrolled from county to county till the next primary in a year later. You cannot be changed the party affiliation unless you have that period. So that was one of the reasons the Sukh Binar, the candidate for the state committee from the Suffolk County, the judicial 10th district, was not accepted, even though she moved from Nassau to Suffolk.
Fair enough. Thank you. Mr. Olensky, your call for orders of the day. We are, if I look at the agenda, let's look at the agenda. Where are we supposed to be in orders of the day? We are currently in the fillings of vacancies on the state committee, and I believe we are still well within our orders of the day. Mr. Kolste, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, maybe the parliamentarian could shed insight on this. Regarding the nominations, is it a motion or is it a nomination? I think it would, I'm not sure, but this can be clarified. If it would be a motion because we're putting multiple candidates forward to fill vacancies, if that could be clarified, whether it's a motion or just a nomination.
So you have a nominating committee?
No, it's a credentials committee that collected nominations to submit them all at once.
Ironically, in an attempt to save time.
Yeah.
That's not something covered by Roberts. That would be one of your rules. That's very unorthodox. Nominating committees is what usually advanced nominations are done by, and in which case it would in fact be a motion. But since you don't have a committee, this is something that the body's going to have to interpret for itself. It's territory that Roberts simply doesn't cover.
And that's fine. We can certainly do that. And I'm going to accept this as a motion so we can consider that. I believe the wrong point of parliamentary inquiry was removed from the queue. There was a second one in the queue. Unless you had two, Mr. Kolste.
I did not. So
if your point of parliamentary inquiry was missed, please come back to it. Mr. Anderson, you would like to divide this question.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to divide Mr. Fight as there seems to be some question as to his eligibility for the ballot.
Let's see if we can solve this without division.
I yield, thank you.
No, that's fine. Dr. Popkin, point of parliamentary inquiry. Hang on, I'm working on it. There you go, you're good.
Yes, there is no controversy. David's latest enrollment, his latest registration was in Oswego County on September 16th. It becomes effective immediately. What Brooklyn does or doesn't do with his registration and enrollment is entirely irrelevant. Dr. Calate's situation is entirely different from this. This is a clear-cut case. David's new enrollment as a libertarian became effective September 16th in Oswego County, and that's where he's running. There is no controversy about his residency or his eligibility to serve.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Popkin.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I may clarify one thing, though, the body, of course, can be as relaxed with the rules as it wishes.
Yep.
Points of parliamentary inquiry are to ask questions of the chair, who can then assign someone else to answer it. It's not for points of debate or for the person raising the point of parliament inquiry to offer information. But you guys obviously can do as you wish. I just wanted to bring that forward because most of the points have not really been points of parliamentary inquiry.
Yeah, and I've been kind of letting that go, but Ms. Harlos, I appreciate you bringing that up. I've been letting that go to get this move forward. But Mr. Anderson, you do have a point of order.
Mr. Chair, I just want to clarify that Mr. Fight is not included on the slate of pre-nominations that were submitted to the Credentials Committee. And that he will have to be renominated from the floor.
Okay, so here's what I am going to propose that we do, and Mr. Kolsky, I'm going to allow you to remake your motion. I'm going to propose that we make this motion to accept these nominations without Mr. Fight's name. I have a very strong feeling that Mr. Popkin's nomination in the motion queue will be to nominate Mr. Fight. Would that remedy your call for division, Mr. Anderson? Mr. Anderson.
I apologize, Mr. Drossy.
I'm going to recommend to Mr. Kolsky that he restate his motion without Mr. Fight. That we vote to accept those nominations. We already have one person in queue to nominate somebody. I'm going to assume that that Mr. Popkin is going to, Dr. Popkin is going to nominate Mr. Fight to kind of remedy this situation the other way. That would satisfy your division? Excellent. Mr. Kolsky, would you be so kind as to do that for me?
Yes, I'll make a motion to enter the following candidates in the nomination. And I'll share my screen so everyone can see that. Okay. Okay, everyone should see my screen. So that's the list I read earlier, excluding David Fight's name. So, I mean, unless anyone wants me to repeat it, I would like to make a motion that we enter those candidates into nomination to fill vacancies in their respective judicial districts.
Fair enough. That nomination coming out of committee does not require a second. Let us move to a poll to accept this list of nominations. TJ, if you'd put one up, let's make it 3 minutes.
Okay, and I'm going to put it as should we adopt the nominations as displayed? Is that sufficient?
That'll be fine.
The 3-minute poll is now out there.
Tony?
Yes.
Bobby does have his hand raised.
Yeah, go ahead, Bobby. Let me go ahead,
I just
Bobby.
wanted to make it clear, since I picked up it before, that I am not speaking anything against Mr. David Fight. I was simply clarifying the issues to Dr. Pumpkin. So I want to make that clear that there was nowhere that I am any against of Mr. Pipe's nomination. I
Nope.
just wanted to make that clear.
Understood. I know we have a lot of people in this room trying to do the right things, and
Thank you.
I appreciate everybody's input on this,
Thank you.
which is why I've given us a little bit of cut us a little bit of slack on some of this.
Tony, I'm going to be stepping away from the computer for just 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hey, Andrew, this is TJ. Sean Hannon in District 5 wasn't on the spreadsheet I received, so I might need an email address.
I will send that to you.
We have another minute on the poll. By the way, you guys have all been doing great on this, dealing with this virtual convention. I'm going to say that many, many times over the next 2 days. You're doing great, and I appreciate everything you guys are doing. Ms. Ligamari, you have your hand raised, and you should be unmuted at this time.
Disregard. I think I got my answer.
Oh, awesome. Excellent. Okay. The votes are in. We have 42 ayes. The nominations are accepted as unanimously. Thank you. Please enter all those names in the nomination. I shall now open nominations to the floor. I want to remind you where the vacancies are. Mr. Kolsky, could you display the nominations previously made again for me, please? Here's how we're going to do this. If you scroll up just a little, other up. So we have one vacancy in Judicial District 1, which is Manhattan. One in Judicial District 2, which I believe is Queens. Am I correct on that? I'm doing this off memory, so.
Queen 2 is Brooklyn.
2 is Brooklyn, I'm sorry. Judicial District 5, which is Central New York. Judicial District 7, which is the Finger Lakes region. Judicial District 9, which is, what's that, Westchester?
Yes.
Judicial District 11, which is Queens. Judicial District 12, which is Bronx. And Judicial District 13, which is Staten Island. So as you make your nominations, keep in mind that that your nominees need to be residents of and enrolled libertarians in that particular judicial district. At this point, I will open the floor to nominations. Dr. Popkin, you have a nomination to make.
Yes, I nominate David Feit. When David lived in Brooklyn, he was very active in our chapter and ran for city council as a libertarian.
Mr. Feit, and for what judicial district are you nominating, Mr. Feit?
Oh, the one where he lives.
5. It's 5. It's 5, Caryn. It's Judicial District 5. Mr. Feit, are you an enrolled libertarian in Judicial District 5?
Yes, sir.
Do you accept the nomination?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Excellent. Mr. Olensky, you have an objection before we move on into nominations? Let me find you.
Yeah,
So I
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
Can you hear
you.
me?
Yep.
All right. All right. It's more of a point of or a request for information from Mr. Popkin. How could Mr. Fight be an active libertarian when we just verified the fact that he was a Democrat in your area? Something is not making. How could he have held any seat? We literally just proved that he was a enrolled Democrat up until September 15th, like 11 days ago. Thank you.
I'm actually going to answer that question for you. And Mr. Popkin, if I get any of this wrong, feel free to jump in and correct. The New York City BOE is terrible at changing enrollments. And my guess, and Mr. Fight, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that he actually did attempt to change his enrollment and they didn't do it. Is that correct?
So, actually, no. I'll be perfectly honest here. I intentionally was an enrolled Democrat for the purposes of petitioning during the Democratic primary period. So I was an enrolled Libertarian up until January, like mid-January. And then I switched over to being a Democrat for a few months until I'm now back to being an enrolled Libertarian. I was an enrolled Libertarian from the time I turned 18 up until the beginning of 2020.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I was wrong on that one. So thank you for clarifying that.
Mr. Chair, real quick, a little quick housekeeping thing, just to make some people's life easier, because we've had this issue in the past. When we're doing a screen share with Zoom, it'll default to go full screen. So if you need to get back to you can, in the top right-hand corner, you'll see the view button, and you can do exit full screen. It's just a function of Zoom. It just automatically defaults to take up your whole screen. So just if anybody's having that issue.
Thank you for sharing that, Mr. Mata. Mr. Kunzelman, you have a nomination to make. Let's see if I can find Mr. Kunzelman and unmute him. You're up, Peyton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to nominate Devin Balkin for the vacancy in Judicial District 1.
Is Mr. Balkin on this call?
I don't believe so.
Is he available to get on this call? Do you know? I'd like to know if he would accept the nomination if he is eligible for the nomination. Mr. Cole, you do not need to second the nomination. I'm assuming somebody's working on getting Mr. Balkin's approval. I'm also messaging him to make sure he is available. Mr. Colte, can you look up Mr. Balkin's enrollment to see if he is enrolled in JD1?
Yes, I will do that.
Devin has declined the nomination. According to Mr. Madrid, is that correct? Mr. Madrid, you are not muted, so. I'm going to, since I'm not up connecting to audio. There you go. Now I'm going to unmute you. There you go. Now you can talk.
This is Ilya. Oh, mute that.
One sec.
So as a week ago, I mean, I tried to nominate Devin. He said he didn't want to have anything to do with the state committee.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Are there any further nominations? Hearing none, we will close nominations. Unless there's objection. Hearing none, nominations for vacancies on the state committee are now closed. So at this time, here's what we're going to do. Mr. Kolsky, if you could share your screen with all the nominees.
1 second.
Sure. So we're going to now have very short nominating speeches from each of these people if they wish to give them. I'm going to poke one of them to make sure that they get on this call. Bear with me for 2 minutes while we do that. Fair enough, but we will start from, we will be voting on each of these by judicial district. If there are people running unopposed, none of the above will be an option. None of the above will be an option on all of these, as it is in every libertarian election. If you are running unopposed, you have the right to give a speech anyway because you are still running against none of the above. If you are not running unopposed, I would encourage you to give a speech. We're going to have quite a few speeches from JD5 coming, and I believe JD11 and JD9. Those 3 races are contested. The rest are uncontested. And I'd like to give them priority. Ms. Lau should be joining us in a few minutes. Mr. Morgan, are you on right now?
Yeah, I'm
Mr.
here.
Morgan? Oh, I just muted you. Sorry.
Present,
There you go.
present,
You're
present.
you can, I'll let you have up to 1 minute to give a speech if you want to give one on your credentials, or you can yield your time. It's up to you.
It's muted again.
You're good.
I'm
You're
good.
good. Yep, you're good
I
now.
got it. I'm the chair of the Brooklyn Libertarian Party. Pre-COVID, I was going to meetings actively every single month. As part of the Let Her Speak March. I'm just, trying to be active, trying to be more active, trying to grow the party here in the borough. So thank you for your time, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Colsey, you have point of order?
Yes, per our rules, I will cite it right now. 10.1, speeches will not be allowed for uncontested positions in which candidates are only running against NOTA.
Okay, well, fair enough then. Sorry, Mr. Morgan, that was out of order. And thank you for letting me know that's my error. So those races we will not get speeches from them. So let's move to the long list. Can you bring the list back up for me, please? I'm going to ask you to do this a few times, Andrew.
Yep, that's
so I'm going to be rolling a 20-sided die, Here, I will show you the die so you can see that it has 20 sides. To determine the speaking order of those here. And I'm going to get their numbers in alphabetical order. How long do our rules say they can have for speeches? Peyton, I'm going to get to your suspension of the rules after we get through the contested ones, if that's okay. If you'd be so kind as to withdraw that and bring it back as soon as we're done with the contested ones. Those are the pressing matters right now. I'm assuming that's where you're looking to suspend. Okay. Ms. Burrell, 4. Ms. Dordahl is a 7. I don't see you typing anything here, Andrew. But I can also keep track of my own.
Okay, what was that? I am going to write down the number you rolled.
Ms. Burrell is 4. Ms. Dordahl is a 7. Mr. I is a 3. Mr. Fight, 16. Mr. Hannon, 15. Ms. Martin, 7. So we're going to have to re-roll her and Millie. Not that it's going to matter. Mr. Miles, 1. Mr. Stevens, 16. Dr. Becker, you have an objection. Yes, Dr. Becker.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted.
Yep, you're good.
I was wondering if we could do this district by district so we can remember who these people are.
Well, these are all from District 5. So we're doing that. And I see somebody has their hand raised, so let me figure out who that is. Dr. Calaty?
Did we already roll?
We did roll. We're gonna have to re-roll a couple, but we did roll. Dr. Calaty, did you have you had your hand raised?
Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you again. I'm sorry to, since we already accepted distinguished new committeemen, state committeemen, do we have to go through the speeches or we already accepted them? If there's any other purpose?
So in these, where we are voting, we have there have been more nominations than there are openings. So for example, in Judicial District 5, there are 8 nominees and six openings and 6 vacancies. So we do have to vote in those cases. The body can choose to not vote on the ones that are uncontested. I suspected that they won't because none of the above is always an option in a libertarian election.
I think that's wonderful, Chairman, and I think we should spare the time and also show our respect since we are accepted who are not contested. So just the people who we have to in the contested situation, I understand that every individual have their rights to display their case. And so if you kindly keep that in mind, having that time schedule, please.
Let's get through the
And I
speech.
thank you.
No worries. Let's get through the speeches for the contested ones first, and then I will entertain a motion to accept others that are uncontested without objection.
Thank you.
No worries. We need to re-roll The sevens, Ms. Dordal, her second roll is an 18. Mrs. Martin, her second, oh, come on, man. Her second roll is an 18. So we're gonna have to roll them again. Ms. Dordal's third roll is a 9. Ms. Martin's third roll is a 3. And then we have two 16s. Mr. Fight's second roll is a 6. Mr. Stevens' second roll is a 14. So the order of nominating speeches will be Mr. Miles, Mr. I, Ms. Burrell, Ms. Martin, Ms. Dordal, Mr. Hannon, Mr. Fight, and Mr. Stevens. I believe we allow for 2 minutes for nominating speeches in this case, or is it just 1, Andrew?
1 minute.
Okay, 1 minute for these nominating speeches. Mr. Miles, you have a minute.
Hi, everybody. I see I'm unmuted. Hello, Tony. I've had the chance to work with a lot of people here on the committee through campaigns as well as through state business. I was the temporary county chair of Oneida County, and I'm currently the contact for Oneida County. Been working on trying to get together and get that organized. We have quite a few people enrolled, but as far as getting people to show up to meetings and get something going, got a little bit of trouble with that, but still working on it. Did a lot of work with the Larry Sharp campaign, currently working with Tom Queter. So been active, both on the front lines and with the committee behind the scenes for 3 years now, probably. So this is just the next step thought I would take. People, were interested in nominating people. I said I'd be willing, so I'd be happy to have your vote and move forward and try to help us, become the alternative to the other two parties here in New York State, because we're always fighting, whether it's with us or other parties or whatever. So just want to be a positive force to help move the party forward.
All right, thank you. Who's next, Andrew? You've got the list now.
Jared, I.
Jared? Okay, let's find him on the list and unmute him. There you go, Jared, you're up. He's still muted. Jared, if you can, you should be able to unmute yourself now. Oh, there we go. It's in the chat. Yep, there you go, Jared. You're good.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
I was just driving there and just stopped. I'm definitely flattered by the nomination and all that. And when I was asked to help fill the vacancy, I'd, glad to help out if I can. To be blunt, I wouldn't be heartbroken if you guys don't vote for me. I want to help the party. I know probably the best way to do that is get the chapter going in Jefferson County, kind of like Mr. Miles there, run into headaches with that. But I am flattered. I'll take the vote if you want it. Again, though, my main objective is to help the party, and that's why I accepted the nomination to begin with. We didn't have the vacancy. All the vacancies covered. So appreciate the consideration.
Thank you, Mr. I. Ms. Burrell.
Hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. All right. I just want to say
Thank you for the nomination. I really appreciate it. I first got into the libertarian movement about 4 years ago with the Gary Johnson campaign. To be honest, I wasn't very active in politics before that because I didn't really have a party I found to believe in. I didn't know about libertarianism before then. Some of you may not know me. I'm more of an in-action type of person than on a keyboard, so I may not know you all very well. I did work on the policy team for Larry Sharp, as well as I was a very active volunteer, knocked on a lot of doors, etc. I did get someone to vote for George Jorgensen just yesterday. My landlord's cleaning lady caught her in the driveway. And I just want to help keep working every day towards spreading the message of liberty around our state and maybe around the country someday. And I guess that's about it, really.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't believe Ms. Martin is on the call. I have a message into her to try to get her on this call. Would anybody like to speak to her nomination in her absence?
She also never accepted.
Well, with that, I'm going to move on to the next person on the list. If she comes back, I will give her an opportunity to speak. Ms. Dordell.
Hey, everyone. I think everyone already knows me, but for those of you that don't, I've been very involved with the Onondaga County Party. I've served as treasurer, state rep, secretary, with positions that I hold to this day. I've been a member also of the interim state committee for the past year. I've helped with a bunch of different things. I mean, fundraising and promoting campaigns of Alex Merced, Gary Johnson, Larry Sharp, and a bunch of our local representatives. I've helped with the New York State Fair, the vetting committee. I'm currently director of the membership committee, and I'm committed to growth. I want this party to grow. I want ballot access, and I'd be humbled if you'd give me the opportunity of continuing to serve as a libertarian in the state committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Millie. I believe Sean Hannon has a speaker for him. Mr. Minogue will be speaking on behalf of Sean Hannon.
Oh.
All right. Hello again. So I am more than happy to speak on behalf of Mr. Sean Hannon for this vacancy. I have the distinguished pleasure of serving as his vice chair. He's the chairman of the Onondaga County Libertarian Party. Sean's proven himself over and over. He comes to every volunteer event. At the very last minute, we were able to organize a remote national convention for our New York State delegation. And all of that was thanks to Sean and his connections. Sean has connections to the local press. Anytime he writes a letter to the editor, it always ends up in the paper. He gets them to cover our events and our candidates. He is an invaluable resource, and it would be a real shame if he doesn't get to fill one of these vacancies. And I'll yield the rest of my time to anyone else who wants to speak on Mr. Hannon's behalf.
Thank you, Mr. Minogue. I believe time has expired. Mr. Fight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned earlier, have been an active member of the Libertarian Party since 2016 when I voted for Gary Johnson in my first election. I was attempting to get the Oswego County chapter up and running while I still lived up there at the time. I moved down to New York City in the midst of Larry Sharp's campaign and helped coordinate volunteers down there and do canvassing down there towards the end. I then ran for New York City Council the following year, and now I am back upstate trying to finish that original goal of getting an Oswego County chapter. And there are also plenty of other counties upstate that don't have an organized Libertarian Party, and that would be my goal on the state committee, is to help people start new committee chapters and county committees.
Thank you, Mr. Fight. Mr. Stevens.
Is it working?
Yep, you're good.
Okay, I've been a libertarian since 2008. I ran for office 3 times as a libertarian candidate in my town of Minetto. I have been running the Oswego County Libertarian non-official social media accounts for years. I was a temporary county chair. Interested in growing the party, interested in getting in a county chapter down here, and helping candidates do different things with their campaigns.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. That concludes the speeches in this JD. Should we move to a vote on this JD right now, or should we move? I'm trying to take the temperature of the body. Would you rather vote on these JDs individually, or would you rather hear all the speeches and vote collectively? I am open to suggestions on this one. We have a hand raised for Mr. Calaty.
I think, Chairman, we should do it collectively so it can speed up.
Fair
They
enough.
all are distinguished in their own place, and they are pro-libertarian. I think we should give them that respect, and we do it jointly. Unless somebody have
Fair
different
enough.
suggestion.
Thank you, Dr. Calaty. Point of order, Mr. Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was my understanding that we were to use the raise hand function in Zoom only for technical issues.
You're correct, but some people are having trouble with Porcupine, so I'm giving a little bit of cutting a little bit of slack on that one. Pietro, request for information.
You're unmuted. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't able to understand what Mr. Calaty was saying. If he could repeat himself.
So I can, just to summarize, he believes we should continue with the speeches and vote collectively on the on all candidates at the end. So basically having one big ballot at the end.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Kolsky, you want to make a motion?
Yes, given that all these ballots are going to have to be done separately, instead of having, 7 polls running, I'd like to make a motion that we hold each election after the candidate speeches for each JD.
Fair enough. Do I have a second on that one? We do have a second from Mr. Tate and Ms. Cordova and Pietro. Okay. I think, would anybody like to speak for? We have a lot of seconds on this one. We had like 6 people seconding that. I'm going to let people speak for and against if they'd like. Dr. Becker, were you looking to speak for this?
Am I on?
Yeah, you're on.
Yes, I feel strongly that we should vote for the districts separately so we keep everybody straight and remember who we're voting for.
Fair enough. Mr. O'Connor?
Okay, yes, I want to speak in favor of voting immediately after the candidates' speeches. We need a sense of accomplishment to help fulfill our own involvement with this program. So please, let's vote after they give their speeches.
Fair enough. Thank you. Mr. Geraci.
Unmute now. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The unmute function doesn't work. Anywho, this is a logical motion. This will help get things done faster and efficiently, and therefore I respectfully ask that people vote in favor of this motion.
Fair enough. Mr. Brayman, you have moved to call the question. I'm going to ask you to pause on that for a minute while I make sure that nobody else has anything to say about this. But I think without objection, we're going to be able to call the question. So hearing no objections, we're going to move to a vote. TJ, if you could give me a poll for 2 minutes, shall we vote for each JD individually following nominating speeches?
We have a 2-minute poll out there. It's slightly worded differently because I'd already typed it.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for. This is pretty much how I thought it would go. We have about 47 seconds left. We have 36 ayes and 1 nay so far. I am pretty confident that that the temperature of the body is that we want to move to a vote. Yeah, we're up to 40 ayes and still just a 1 nay.
Hey, Tony, can you just check your phone real quick?
I'm looking at it. I will do that. Okay, fair enough. Polls closed. With 40 ayes and 1 nay, the ayes have it. We will be moving to a vote. Please note that we will be doing credentialing when we are done filling these vacancies. So we're not going JD by JD and just filling these people in and letting them vote immediately. It's going after the filling of vacancies. We will credential all of them, and we will and then they will be allowed to vote. So let's put up a poll right now. I'm sorry, a ballot right now. This will be for Judicial District 5 representative. We shall put the 8 names on the ballot, and you may choose up to 5 names. You may also choose none of the above, but that will invalidate your votes. Or you may choose a write-in option.
6 names.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
6 names. I'm sorry. I keep saying 5 and it's 6 because it's JD 5. JD 5, 6 names. Let's allow 10 minutes for this, and let's stand at ease during this vote. How's that sound?
Mr. Chair, one question.
Yes.
For Katrina, she never accepted the nomination before today, and she did not give a speech. Do you want her on the ballot?
Before I answer that question, I want to address the objection by Mr. Orlensky. Yeah, I'm working on it. Yes, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I object to the 10-minute time limit, and I believe my partner, Pietro, has a motion in line to remedy the 10-minute time limit.
I'm curious what that is, because maybe we can just dispatch this without objection. I see Mr. Phelan put up a 5, so I'm Mr. Geraci, is your motion going to be for 5 minutes to vote?
Cannot mute. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to move to reduce it to less than 5, but it's already set to 5. We'll just do 5.
Without objection, we can move this. We can make it a 5-minute vote. I don't have a problem with that. Dr. Popkin, request for information.
What are we voting on?
We are voting on Representative in Judicial District 5. You may vote for up to 6.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
And TJ, you are correct. Ms. Martin did not accept the nomination, even if she accepted it now. And I have poked her many, many times to do so. She has not responded, so I would rule her ineligible for this ballot.
Okay, so there will be 7 names. It'll be Craig, Jared, Maria, Millie, Sean, David, and the other Sean.
Correct.
Okay.
And when that's open, we'll keep it open for 5 minutes. We'll stand at ease for those 5 minutes while people vote.
The ballot is out.
See, many of you have voted already. This is great.
Mr. Chair, I have a quick question for you.
Yeah.
If people wanted to donate to the Libertarian Party of New York, how can they do that?
Well, it's funny. It's funny you should ask that question because we do have a way to accept donations. If you would go to lpny.org/donate, you will find a donate button and also a place to mail your donation if you wish to do it that way. Excellent question, Mr. Mata. Excellent question. Dr. Bobkin, do you have another request for information? Or is that still the leftover one?
Well, yeah, well, since you asked, I was away for a few minutes. Was David Feit elected to
the ballot is still open, but he is nominated.
Ballot is open?
Yeah, we're voting on that actively right now.
Oh.
You've got you got another couple minutes to get your vote in. So
Gary already voted. His name's on there.
Gary already voted. Terrific.
I already voted. Yes. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. Don't vote. Don't vote again. This is in Chicago.
His nomination was accepted. Yeah. Well, since I have the floor, I want to point out. I guess it's hopeless, but I want to point out to Dr. Callity that his situation with that Nassau and Suffolk confusion is entirely different from David's enrollment issue. Now, David was a lifelong libertarian, but for a few months he enrolled as a Democrat. He was a Democrat. He was a Democrat of convenience for a few months earlier this year. But prior to that, he was an enrolled libertarian. He ran for city council on the libertarian line, petitioned as a libertarian. And I told him in July to change his enrollment back to libertarian, but he obviously did not obey me and didn't change his enrollment until September, and now suffers the consequences of disobeying the Popkin. But anyway, the Dr. Calate's situation was this. The individual he refers to changed her enrollment to libertarian on the last day in February and submitted her application to the Nassau County Board of Elections, even though she lives in Suffolk County. Now, why she submitted it to Nassau County, knowing that she lives in Suffolk, I do not know. Anyway, she submitted it on the last day, and the Nassau County Board of Elections sent her enrollment form to Suffolk, and they got it a few days later. So Suffolk said that they received the enrollment too late and did not change her enrollment. And came to court, it was brought to court, and the judge agreed. Too late. She should have submitted on the last day. If she was going to submit on the last day, she should have submitted it to Suffolk. So that is an entirely different situation from David's. And you know, New York will probably take him off the rolls in 10 years or so if he stays in Otsego County. The counties don't talk to each other. Dr. Calate is just totally wrong on everything he said.
I'm just going to go out on a limb and guess that Dr. Calate is going to want to respond to that.
Yeah, Dr. Pumpkins, you are absolutely right. What you said, I had no objection to it, but I made it very clear. That's how David Pipe got my vote already. I know we don't like to say it, but he got my votes. And to me, I understood now what you said, that he already was libertarians. And to the case, that was absolutely, they did said follow county to county. I just want you to know that. There's no argument from me, so.
Thank you very much. Voting is closed, and I believe the ballots are being tallied right now.
Yes, Mr. Chair, you have 5 people above 50%, and it looks like all the other votes are valid. So would you like me to release that ballot so everyone can see?
Go ahead and release that ballot, and I will also share it when you release it.
It's now released.
I will go ahead and share my screen so we can all see it together.
And I apologize, the names are not in percentage order, so you'll have to just look at the percents.
Yeah, whatever, we'll figure it out. So Mr. Miles, Ms. Burrell, Ms. Dordow, Mr. Hannon, and Mr. Stevens all got above 50%. Was that your assessment?
That is correct.
Okay, so Mr. I and Mr. Fight did not. Those 5 names, Mr. Miles, Ms. Burrell, Ms. Dordow, Mr. Hannon, and Mr. Stevens are now members of the state committee for JD5. There were several other write-ins, one for Steve Minogue, who won't be eligible after a week and who declined the nomination, one for Ruben, one for Harambe, one for anyone but Fight, one for Ron Paul, who is also ineligible as he does not live in JD5, and one for none of the above. We will move to a second ballot to elect the 6th member of the state committee to represent JD5, with Mr. Fight and Mr. I on the ballot, as well as none of the above. we can keep that, I would say let's leave that open for 3 minutes, since it's a shorter and easier vote. And we can open that whenever you're ready, TJ. And congratulations to those 5 who have made it on the committee. Thank you for agreeing to serve.
Just because I flipped to another page, it was fight and who on the ballot?
Aye, Jared, aye.
Okay. Okay, and so it'll say select one individual to elect to state committee for JD5, 3 minutes, and Noda and those 2 individuals, correct?
Correct.
The ballot is out.
Oh, you're still sharing your screen, just a heads up.
Of course I am. I'm going to stop doing that now. We have 20 seconds remaining in our poll.
The results are in, Mr. Chair. I am going to go ahead and release them so you can see.
Okay.
It is my understanding that Noda won that.
It is mine as well. I will share the screen. As you can see, Noda received 15 votes. Jared received 10. Mr. Fight received 14 votes. Nobody beat Noda. So we need to renominate. We have a request for information and a point of parliamentary inquiry from Mr. Popkin. Dr. Popkin, you're up. Gary.
Oh, see, is it in order for me to point out to David that if he had changed his enrollment to Libertarian in July when I told him to, his bulk nominate, his nomination as a member of the bulk of nominations would have been valid?
It would not. It really wouldn't be in order, but you might want to. But at this point, we do need to renominate for an individual to elect to the state committee from JD5. So,
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Perhaps I'm misunderstanding, but in looking at the rules, I thought NOTA needed to receive a majority.
And NOTA did not receive a majority. You're correct on that.
Correct, but remove from the ballot anyone who didn't get more than NOTA, though, I thought.
Yep, so we would be out of nominees on the ballot. So you can correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Harlos, but since NOTA beat both Mr. Fight and Mr. I, they are removed from the ballot, and we would have a need to reopen nominations to fill this vacancy. Dr. Popkin, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, in this case where nobody got more than 15%, don't we just drop the lowest vote getter and vote again, so that we would the second ballot would be fight against NOTA? We have to do this until somebody gets 50%. So the way to get to 50% is to drop the lowest vote getter and try again. And here the lowest, well, you can see who the lowest vote getter is. Isn't that the procedure?
Yeah.
If nobody gets 50%, we drop the lowest vote getter.
I'm going to actually defer to Mr. Kolste. Mr. Kolste, I believe it's in our special rules that if NOTA, if anybody who cannot beat NOTA is dropped from the ballot. Is that correct?
I am reviewing the rules right now for the vacancies in our special rules. So it says nominations, the election held shall be held with approval voting. Candidates with the most votes shall be elected to fill the vacancy or vacancies as long as they have received a majority of the vote. If there is a tie in which two or more candidates have received, blah, blah, blah. If NOTA receives a majority of the votes, there will be a new round of nominations and a new election in which all of the nominated candidates who were outpolled by NOTA are ineligible. But NOTA did not receive a majority vote. So I believe it would be the call of the chair on how we would proceed. I can look at our.
So since NOTA didn't receive a majority, we can just drop Mr. I and have a ballot with Mr. Fight and NOTA. Is that your assertion?
We have not specified exactly what we would do, but in the executive committee section, which is a different process, just for information, for any where candidates, all remaining candidates, one no candidate. Let's see, what is it? NOTA. I'm going to pull up the rules.
That's fine.
Just to see what the party rules say about NOTA. In all elections of the Libertarian Party, the choice of none of the above is automatically recognized and included invalid. This option will be explicitly mentioned as valid when listing candidates for the election. If NOTA receives a majority of the votes, there will be new nominations and new election in which all candidates who are outpolled by NOTA are ineligible. On ballots with the ability to vote for two or more candidates, where one or more candidates supported, the designation NOTA on the ballot would be ignored. So we are silent in what we do based on my reading of the rules.
Okay, then here's what I'm going to rule as chair, and then I'll address the request for information from Mr. Arrigo. I'm going to rule that we drop Mr. I and we have a new ballot with Mr. Fight and NOTA. Select one individual to elect to the state committee for JD5 round 3. Mr. Arrigo, your request for information?
Okay. Yes. Thanks, Tony. I just want to be clear. Are we, as a state committee, permitted to not fill the vacancy? In other words, choose to leave it open?
Yes,
Is that
we are.
within the rules?
We are absolutely permitted to do that. I would say it's not in order to make that call yet. If NODA outpolls Mr. Fight and we have to move to a second round of nominations, then it would be in order to make the motion to leave it vacant.
Okay, thank you.
Tony, we have a
So
raised hand, just.
we do?
Yep.
I'm going to assume it is Dr. Callity. Am I correct?
Yes, I agree with Dr. Gary Pumpkins. I think that's a very valid suggestion, and I second his opinion.
I do as well, which is why I made my ruling to affirm it. We have a point of order from Mr.
Okay,
Anderson. Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Chair, just getting back to the question about that Rob Arrigo pointed out. Election law does not specify when the vacancy needs to be filled, only that the vacancy needs to be filled. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. And that is an excellent point. Let's put up a poll. Let's once again make it, I'm sorry, a ballot. Let's once again make it for 3 minutes. Round 3 with Mr. Fight and NODA on the ballot.
And Tony, you're still sharing your screen, just a heads up.
I'm aware.
Okay.
It's out there, as you can see on your screen, and we can.
Just a friendly reminder, if you're not yet seated on the committee, even though you do have the vote button and you can cast a vote, it is not counted towards the total.
Yeah, Tony, your vote doesn't count. We have.
Yeah, I did that on purpose. Just because don't tell me what to do. We're libertarians. Okay, the voting is closed.
Oh, you're not gonna like this. I'm gonna go ahead and release it. Sorry, I'll stop my commentary.
It's okay, TJ. I appreciate your commentary.
You should see it on your screen now.
I do see it on my screen now. Oh, come on, man. Sorry, when you, if you're looking at the votes, you know why I'm saying this. Mr. Fight has 49%. Noda has 49%. One write-in for Dulap Nelson, who is ineligible, mostly because of his species and the fact that he's not a registered libertarian voter in New York, has one vote. Noda did not get 50%, and Mr. Fight did not get 50% either.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
did you vote in the election?
I am not eligible to vote in the election as I am not a seated member of the committee.
Okay, thank you.
I believe that we are in a bit of a paradox here that we needs a ruling from the chair. So I got to think about this for just a minute. Bear with me.
I will note that you had 47 seated delegates and only 41 of those voted. So there are 6 people who did not vote.
Correct. I see that. Mr. Popkin, you have a point of parliamentary inquiry. Gary, do I need to unmute you?
They should be good.
I hope this is a point of parliamentary inquiry. Do we vote again?
Yeah, we vote again. We didn't have a winner. That's clear. I'm debating whether or not we need to renominate, since we are now out of candidates. So our only option will be write-in or Noda. I'm going to ask Mr. Alinsky what his motion is before I rule it in order or out of order.
Oh boy. What do I have to do to get ready? Get my shirt?
Mr.
Can you hear
Alinsky?
me, Tony?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're
Yes, sir.
recognized.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I was just waiting for Mr. Popkin to finish. I
No
was
worries.
looking for a shirt. Thank you.
Understood.
All right. I'd like to move that we leave this vacancy open for Judicial District 5 at this time and to be filled amongst our committee at a later date. Thank you.
We can do that. There's a second to that motion by Mr. Tate. I'm going to rule that in order. Any discussion on this motion? Mr. Dayton has called the question. There's nobody asking to be recognized, so I don't believe that that's going to be an issue. Oh, we do have someone asking to be recognized, so I'm going to hold off on the calling of the question. Mr. Arrigo, go ahead and speak for.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to make this very, very quick. I am speaking in favor of the motion, not because Mr. Fight is a bad individual. I do not know him at all, but simply because I think the state committee requires more time to determine who the appropriate person is for this seat. Mr. Fight is well within his right to seek the nomination going into the next state committee meeting. And I think it's in our best interest to just hold off for, a couple of months or whatever it might be to seek the right candidate.
Fair enough. And to be clear, and I'm going to recognize Mr. Alinsky for this. you did not put a date certain on this, just to a later time, correct?
Give me 1 second, Tony.
No worries.
All right, Chris is good.
You had said to a later time to be filled, correct?
Yes, sir. I do not have a specific date or time. I think that should be determined by the body at our next meeting.
That's fine. I'm trying to help you here. If we want to revisit this later on in this meeting, I want to make sure that later time is what you intended. If there is some consideration, this is a 2-day meeting, so a later date would even be tomorrow, or could be even tomorrow.
That's fair on my end. I'll accept
Okay.
that. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough.
Friendly amendment, if you will.
Yeah, we'll accept it. And the question was called without objection. I am going to move to a vote. So let's put a poll up. Move the filling of the single vacancy in JD5 to a later time. And I would allow us to move that to a later time. A nay vote would have us continue on with another round of elections and potentially a second round of nominations immediately.
How many minutes on that?
Let's make it 2 minutes.
Okay. We'll say, shall we leave the remaining 1 seat in JD5 vacant to be filled at a later time? 2 minutes. The poll is out. Poll is complete.
Fair enough. Let's look at the results. With 37 ayes and 4 nays, the ayes have it. We shall leave this 1 seat vacant to be filled at a later time. Please note that when we move on to new business later, that this can be brought up. It can be brought up to fill this seat. Thank you. Thank you, buddy. Let's move on to the next JD. To our next judicial district. Let me bring up my list. Bear with me. So the next judicial district where we have a vacancy that is contested is, hang on, bear with me for just 1 minute. JD9. JD9, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so we have Mr. Pellegrino and Mr. Verna as our two nominees. I'm about to roll the 20-sided die to see who speaks in which order. Mr. Pellegrino has a 4. Mr. Verna got a 6. So it will be Mr. Pellegrino, then Mr. Verna. Mr. Pellegrino, you have the floor to speak for up to 1 minute on your nomination.
1 minute. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
All right. Well, it's an honor to be considered for Judicial District 9. Thank you, Bill, for nominating me. For those of you who don't know me, my name's Anthony Pellegrino. I live in Westchester, and I previously served on the state committee in 2018 as finance director, and I worked with many of you in the past. I hope to have that chance again. More recently, excuse me. I organized volunteers for the Adam Kokesh for non-president campaign, and I'm the current chairman of the George Washington Liberty Caucus. I'm also a lifetime member of the Libertarian Party, and I'm basically running just to keep the Libertarian Party of New York libertarian. I think if we fail to maintain a platform of limited government, and if we start to embrace the popular ideologies that are so prevalent these days, we will no longer be a home for the disenfranchised. And I will not let that happen. And I will bring my skills and my determination to the state committee to prevent any dilution or takeover of our party platform. Again, my name is Anthony Pellegrino, and I hope you consider me, and I hope I've earned your vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pellegrino. Mr. Verna, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. D'Orazio. My name is Anthony Verna. I'm the secretary of the Westchester County Libertarian Party, and I want to thank Cody for nominating me for the vacancy on this judicial district. I've been a member of the Libertarian Party for, first off, the last 10 years that I lived in New Jersey, and now the 5 years that I've lived here in the state of New York. I want to help continue the growth of this particular party. I've certainly seen that over the last 15 years, and I also think that we can find solutions in order to continue to keep growing. Certainly with the executive overreach that we've seen from our governor, I think that's a part of the issues that we can start tackling. I think that also we've seen growth here in Westchester. I certainly have helped with trying to not just have a political party, but political thought. We've had discussions on the First Amendment, which I led. We've also had a discussion on school choice, which I was able to invite Corey DeAngelis from Reason, from the Reason Foundation, to come and speak to the chapter as well. So it's a matter of finding solutions to these particular issues, and it's a matter of actually bridging that gap between the residents and the voters and the party itself. And I think that I've certainly done that here in Westchester, and that's why I'm asking for your vote here on the state committee.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Verna. At this time, I would ask TJ to put up a ballot for JD9 to have you select one of the following between Anthony Pellegrino and Anthony Verna, with Noda as an option. Mr. Donnelly, your motion to speak against is out of order.
I just need to know how many minutes, sir.
Let's make it 3 minutes. We've been pretty good at voting in 3 minutes, so let's do it.
It is out.
I will guarantee that Anthony will get votes in this one.
Just to note, within the first 30 seconds, we had over 30 votes, so people are voting very quickly now, sir.
Yes, yeah, I've been noticing that. I've been kind of watching that too, which is why I've been going for the 3 minute votes. TJ, you should be proud of this. This is really working. Voting is working very well. The queues have been working very well.
Thank you.
Forty-seven seconds remaining. The final seconds of voting here.
Okay, I'm releasing the ballot. There is a clear winner.
Okay, thank you. I will share my screen on that one. As you can see, Mr. Pellegrino with 29 votes, Mr. Verna with 10 votes, and Noda with 1 vote. Mr. Pellegrino, congratulations on your election to the state committee to represent JD9. Mr. Verna, thank you very much for running. I look forward to seeing what you're going to do in Westchester and how else you're going to help us build liberty in New York. Thank you both for this.
Mr. Chair, may I address the body for just a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
I have noticed that there are a few of you who vote multiple times in each ballot. The duplicate votes do not get counted, only your first vote does. Most likely that's happening because you hit the vote button, your screen goes away and you see that the vote button is still there. It does stick around for just a few seconds while your vote is being tallied, and then it will go away on its own. If you hit the button again, you can vote again and it will just ignore that duplicate vote. So if you think you voted, but you still see the vote button, just give it a couple seconds before you hit it again. Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Let's address the next vacancy, and I believe the last contested vacancy will be for JD11. Is that correct, Mr. Colstein?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes.
I could read your lips. I figured I was right. So I'm going to now roll the die, and we'll determine speaking order. Mr. Weinblatt is 4. Ms. Coyle is 15. Mr. Hallahan is 20. So many hit points, Mr. Hallahan. Mr. Garcia is 12. So it's Weinblatt, Garcia, Coyle, Hallahan. And with that, Mark, you're up.
Yes, hi, thank you. Hi, my name is Erwin Mark Weinblatt. I'm known by my middle name, Mark. I am a founding member of the current Queens Libertarian Party and currently serve as its treasurer. I've been a supporter of libertarian principles of limited government and individual liberty for many years. And I'm thrilled to be able to participate in the official Libertarian Party in the state of New York. And I hope that you will allow me to do so at the state level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Mr. Garcia?
Hello, could you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. I guess my name is Jose. I didn't know there was only one opening, so I feel bad taking a place for Brianna Coyle, who I would support. I don't know if it's too late to take it back, but I say vote for her instead of me, if that's all right.
You can certainly decline your nomination at this time.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you, Tony. Have a great day.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Ms. Coyle, with that, you are up. Ms. Coyle is not on this call. If somebody could reach out to her to try to see if she's available to get on this call, that would be great. I will poke her as well before we move on to Mr. Hallahan. Bear with me for 1 minute while I do this. Going to give her about 30 seconds to reply before I move on to Mr. Hallahan.
Mr. Chair, while we're waiting, am I to understand that Mr. Garcia will not be on the vote?
That's correct. He has declined his nomination. Okay, we're going to move on to Mr. Hallahan. Since Mr. Garcia was kind enough to speak for Ms. Coyle, I will accept that. If she comes available, hang on. She has provided a video that she is asking me to share. And I will do that here in just a moment. Just as soon as I get it. In the meantime, Mr. Hallahan, I will come back to her. I don't want to keep you waiting, so go ahead and feel free to give your nominating speech.
Hello, everyone. I'm Romo Hallahan, and I'm pleased to accept the nomination of Tom Coiter to fill the JD11 State Committee vacancy. You probably don't really know me that well. I'm mostly active in the online sphere, and but I'm becoming newly active at the state level and hopefully at the county level, more so from this point forward. I have attended multiple campaigns and meetups for Jerry Gonson in 2012 and 2016, and currently volunteer for the Jorgensen-Cohen campaign. I found out my goal on the state committee would be to lessen the toxicity among the party to each other and as perceived by those constituents who are libertarian, but just might not know it yet. We need to expand the community and bring in those who are more libertarian than they realize. Queens and the 5 boroughs have often been overlooked by the state party and even statewide candidates. On the state committee, I would vote to make sure that the rules and the platform speak to the voters of the city without sacrificing foundational principles of libertarianism. There are nearly 1 million unenrolled potential libertarian members in NYC. I want to change the longtime propaganda view that we are just Republicans who like weed. Often called not the usual libertarian and an avowed thick libertarian, I would be an asset on the state community to expand on how we can reach out to younger and more left-leaning voters, as I know that's a bad word among a lot of people, as a group that we overlook. We are neither a left nor right party, but a party of liberty, individual liberty. We just need to sell to those voters, which make up a greater proportion of the electorate in this city and state. We can do this by honesty, transparency, and going forth with empathy as an important part of party structure and outreach. Libertarianism and the party is a big tent, and I plan to make sure all 3 rings of this circus get to play.
Great, thank you, Mr. Hallahan. So at this time, we can move to a vote. Let's put Ms. Coyle, Mr. Hallahan, and Mr. Weinblatt on a ballot for JD 11 and choosing one.
3 minutes.
We have a point of order. Did you already make that active?
I did not.
Okay, Mr. Kunzelman, your point of order. Mr. Kunzelman, I hear crickets, but I see you're not muted. We have a few requests for information as well.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
About that, my mic sort of switched. You said you had a video from Brianna as well. I just wanted to like bring that up and mention it before we go to voting.
I can try to play it. I've been having a little trouble doing that, but let's see if I can share that. It is longer than the 1 minute we've been allowing. But if the body would indulge, I could at least play the first minute of the video. God forbid I actually be able to do anything with technology today. Let's see if I can share that. I will. Let me try to share my screen and hopefully you can hear it. Okay, can you all see that video on screen?
Yes.
Can you hear it?
No.
You can't hear the video? Shoot.
Turn your headphones. Is your headphones plugged into your computer? You'd probably have to get disconnect.
Yeah, I'm actually just going to change the sound source. Hang on.
That too.
Okay. Let's try this again. Any better?
No. No.
Can you hear it?
No.
Okay. Mr. Kolsky, do you have the video?
Send it to me and I can try.
Okay, I'll send it to you. I'll put my sound back first. Oh, yeah, it's back. Okay. You can yeah, I will. Mr. Colstein, I'm going to put it in the chat for you. It's on G Drive.
I requested access to it because I don't have access.
Yeah, it'll take her a minute to give it to you. Sharing video over Zoom is always challenging. I know that.
Mr. Chair, for when the ballot is ready, how many minutes do you want it out there for?
We'll make it 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have your access yet, Mr.
Not yet.
Thank you all for your patience. I know Ms. Coyle is actually at an event for our vice presidential candidate, Spike Cohen, who many of you may know is also in New York State today. He is doing 2 events, one in Staten Island and one in Manhattan. So.
Okay, I got the video. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Yeah, I was able to play the video locally. Mr. Arcadi, you have a request for information.
Yes, Mr. Chair. As the Queens County Chair, I was asking 30 seconds to endorse Mark Weinblatt.
I haven't allowed people to speak for or against candidates prior to this, but I appreciate that information.
Right, and also want to point out, he was on the ballot. He's the only, reason for the opening is because the Board of Elections removed him from the ballot because his name was not correct. So that's the only reason that he's not on this committee. Thank you.
Fair enough. Thank you. Thank you for that information. Okay, go ahead and try to share it. And if it works, we'll play it.
To do that. So, all right.
If it doesn't share, we're just going to move to a vote and move on with this.
I will share QuickTime. Okay.
Hey, my name is Brianna Coyle.
Did that play? Well, I can hear it here. But Tony, did you hear it?
I heard it.
Okay, so
faint, but I can hear it.
All right. I'm going to make sure the video. Okay. All right, here we go.
Hey, my name is Brianna Coyle, and I respectfully ask that you consider me in JD11. I'm a die-hard, bleeding heart libertarian. But first, let me tell you about that journey. I come from Progressive Left by association, but I was always a libertarian. I remember back when I was in high school, maybe, I'd be looking up at the political compass and stuff, and I'd be like, libertarian, what's that, right? But as I became more politically inclined, I was doing research on our gubernatorial candidates, and that's how I found Larry Sharp, who's also from Queens. His education plan really spoke to me. As somebody who had dealt with a failing public school system, it made me listen to him. He was providing solutions that I had never heard before from other politicians. He got me listening in the first place. And then it was around that time.
That's a minute. You want me to stop it there, or Tony? Okay.
The Libertarian Thunderdome, in which we call Facebook. And for about maybe 6 to 8 months, I was constantly berated by radical libertarians for being too statist, even though I was not even in the party. But I thank those people now, because they showed me what principle was. They showed me what it meant to be unwavering in their views. And principle was not something that 2 other parties really had. My views aren't really all that different from one of the founders of the party, Carl Hess. Carl Hess was a free market anarchist working with Rothbard. He was an early proprietor of what we now call bottom unity. Bottom unity is a concept in which the anti-authoritarian left and the right should work together against the state. And Carl Hess represented the anti-authoritarian left.
Okay, I think we've gone well over here, so let's cut this, please.
I already saw that.
Thank you for pointing that out, people. That was not intentional. Let's move to a vote on these.
So it's one individual, and we've got 3 people on the ballot: Mark, Brianna, and Romo. The 3 minutes. The vote is out there now.
Terrific. Thank you. While we are voting, I'm going to say that our next order of business is going to probably be to figure out what to do with the unopposed vacancies. I have a strong feeling that a motion is going to be made. Otherwise, we're going to have to move to votes on those. At some point, I assume some of you are getting hungry and will want to make a motion to recess for lunch. But I will leave that up to the body. I'm not telling you what to do.
Hey, Tony.
Yes.
I'm just going to ask them whenever we do break. I just want to have a quick little powwow. You, myself, Andrew, Cody, and TJ.
Okay.
All right.
That's fine. We have 29 seconds left on our vote. Another shout out to our YouTube viewers. Hi guys, we love our state and our party. Okay, TJ, it looks like the ballot is closed.
Yes, and we do have a clear winner. I am releasing it right now.
Super.
Should be released.
Fair enough. I will share those results with everybody. With 60% of the vote, Mr. Weinblatt has won the election to the state committee. Ms. Coyle and Mr. Hallahan, thank you for participating in this process. I look forward to seeing how you will build liberty in Queens, and also how else you will serve with us, because I know that you are still dedicated to liberty. Thank you very much. Now we're up to the uncontested seats. And at this time, I believe, Dr. Calaty, you had Mr. Kunzelman actually has a motion to suspend the rules. Mr. Kunzelman, you have the floor. Peyton.
Hi, thank you, Tony. I would like to suspend the rules to allow the uncontested races, to have the candidates still speak. So for a minute, just so we know who we'd be voting on, or if someone's not familiar with the individual that they have an ample opportunity to get to know them in the vote.
Okay, there's a motion to suspend the rules to allow the uncontested candidates to speak. Pietro, can you verbalize your objection?
There we go, there we go. It's simple, Mr. Chair. It's dilatory. We don't need to hear from all of the running uncontested. Ideally, they would have at least put in some work on Facebook or something, or reached out to us so that we can get a sense of who they are. And if, you know, they didn't, you know, if we feel maybe they didn't put in the effort, maybe they shouldn't have done it. But no, it is dilatory, costs too much delay to have all of them speak if they're running uncontested. We didn't do that at our county convention. There's no reason to do it here.
Well, I think you have no reason to object because we do not have a second on this motion. I've given it a good solid minute to see if we would get a second on this motion. Hearing no second, the motion fails. So Fred, there's nothing to amend. So at this point, I think we're going to need some ballots. Seeing no further motions, I think we're going to need ballots, and I'm tempted to handle this efficiently without objection. We don't have to. We have a motion from Mr. O'Connor. Let's hear it and let's see if it's in order.
Yes, I would like to move that we take one vote on all the uncontested vacancies and fill them efficiently.
Okay. Without objection, that is the ruling that I was about to undertake, so I don't think we need that. We have a speak against and we have an amend. Is there a second to Mr. O'Connor's motion? Because apparently we're going to handle it this way. There is not, so there's nothing to speak against and nothing to amend. So here's what the chair is going to rule, and if somebody wants to appeal the ruling of the chair, we can move to that vote. That's fine. I believe there are 5 more JDs with vacancies. Am I correct? I'm not looking.
That is correct.
Okay. And of those, I believe 3 of them have 1 vacancy and 2 of them have 2 vacancies without looking.
Also correct, and I've put it in the chat.
Oh, excellent. So we're going to need 5 ballots here. And I'm going to make them all live. And I think I'm going to give us, because there's 5 ballots, I think I'm going to give us 5 minutes to vote on all of them. Can we have 5 active ballots at the same time, TJ?
We can, but I can only create them one at a time, so they will be just a little bit staggered. But yes,
I'm okay with them being staggered. Without objection from the body, and I'm seeing nobody questioning my my ruling, I'd say let's do it that way. And I got a second, so thank you. I appreciate the second. So let's do 1 ballot for Ms. Lau and Noda, 1 for Mr. Morgan and Noda for JD2, 1 for Mr. DeRazio and Noda for JD7, 1 for Mr. Torres and Mr. Comey and Noda, where they can choose 2 in JD12, and 1 for JD13, where they can choose 2 of Richard Bell, Susan Cummings, and also, of course, Noda. And yes, we're allowing write-in on all of these. And I thank you all for your dedication to efficiency.
Believe all 5 are out there now, ranging from 4 to 5 minutes left on each.
I see all but JD13 out here. There's JD13. While we are waiting for votes, I would like to reiterate that Mr. Spike Cohen, our vice presidential candidate, is in Staten Island in about 10 minutes, and he will be appearing in Manhattan at 4 p.m. today. So if you are able to attend either or both of these events, I appreciate you doing so. Thankfully, both Zoom and Porcupine are mobile friendly. I'm sorry, the meeting in Staten Island is 1:30. Thank you, Ms. Cummings.
I'd like to point out that the ballots for JD1 and JD2 have a number less voters than the other 3 ballots. Just want to make sure everyone's seen all the ballots. There's just over a minute left on those other 2. Thank you for those who just voted. That helped.
We are getting down to the wire on these votes. It's like 1 and 2 are closed. 7 is about to close. 12 will be closed in about 25 seconds, and 13 will be closed in about 40 seconds.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for you.
Sure.
If someone received exactly 50% of the vote, Noda received less than that, and someone received exactly 50% of the vote. Well, I guess I can just exactly.
Exactly, mathematically 50%. Shoot.
20 out of 40. Yeah. I will release it, and you can decide what to do.
Okay. I have a feeling I know. I have a feeling I know which one this is. And I'm going to have you release them one at a time, TJ, for sharing purposes.
Oops. Okay. Let me go back.
Or did you already release them all?
I had released 2.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I'll deal with it.
Okay, so JD1, which is the one you need to deal with, is released, and so is JD13. I apologize.
No, don't worry about it. So JD1, Ms. Lau received 50% of the vote. Noto received 49% of the votes. I'm going to rule that Ms. Lau has won that seat, having outpolled all other candidates. And I paused here because I anticipated that. Mr. Kunzelman, you are appealing the ruling of the chair. Is there a second on his appeal? I believe that needs a second. Yeah, there's a second. Fair enough. Ms. Harlos, is an appeal of the ruling of the chair debatable?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
In this case, it is. There are certain cases it's not, but this one it is.
fair enough. Pietro, you have a request for information.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. What ruling is being appealed?
My ruling that Rebecca Lau was victorious in the JD1 vote with 50% of the vote. Thank you.
Tony, there's a hand raised too, just heads up.
Okay, I'm going to address this. Mr. Minogue, are you available to take the gavel?
He isn't right now, actually. I don't think he is.
Okay, fair enough. I'm going to hold the gavel then. Mr. Cole, you are in queue to speak for the appeal, I assume. Mr. Cole, you have the floor.
Thank you. My understanding is that a majority is 1/2 plus 1, not 50% even. Therefore, I do not believe that 50% wins.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cole. Mr. Bremen, you would like to speak against?
I didn't get a chance to participate in this election, in this ballot. I am on a phone and I didn't see that I needed to scroll down further. So I would ask that you open it up for a longer time or else sustain, since I would have voted in that direction as well. That would have been the 50% plus 1.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bremen. Mr. Geraci, you are seeking to end debate on this. I'm going to just give, I believe there was a hand raised in front of you. Mr. Callity, Dr. Callity, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, Rebecca Cole, and who else was in it? I'm sorry, I couldn't see it.
Rebecca Lau was running against none of the above.
Oh, I see. But I do agree with Mr. Fred Cole. 50 plus 1 should be the winner, not 50%. Thank you.
Fair enough. Thank you. And Mr. See nobody else seeking to be recognized. I will end debate. So we shall move to a vote. Shall the ruling of the chair be overturned? An aye vote would overturn my ruling and move us to another vote in JD1.
Mr. Chair, the appeals from the ruling of the chair are kind of backwards.
Yeah,
The vote is to sustain the ruling of the chair.
sustain the ruling. Okay, so
And this is one of the rare occasions where in order to overturn your ruling, the noes have to have the majority.
got it. So we want to. So the vote should be: shall the ruling of the chair be sustained?
Correct.
And I would be in support of my ruling, and nay would be in opposition to my ruling. And this one requires a majority or 2/3.
A majority.
Great.
A majority of noes.
A majority of noes. Fair enough. Go ahead and put that poll up.
How many minutes?
2.
So I've got shall the ruling of the chair be sustained, and the aye means Rebecca Lau is elected, a nay means overturn, have another vote for 2 minutes. It is out.
Okay, we have results. We have 29 nays and 14 ayes. My ruling is overturned. We shall move to a second round of balloting in JD1, although there is an original main motion by Pietro that I will entertain right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to do what we did, same what we did previously, and leave this seat vacant for the time being.
Okay. We have a motion from Mr. Geraci to leave the vacancy in JD1 as is until a later time. Is there a second to that motion? There's a second by Mr. Alinsky and Mr. Cole. Any discussion? Mr. Phelan has a point of order.
We left the one seat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to point out that as a former math teacher, that 50 plus 1 is considered a victory in a binary race. That was not a binary race, so therefore 50% was the actual winner.
Mr. Phelan, while I appreciate your math skills, our rules do state that 50% plus 1 is victory. Mr. Schwartzberg, you'd like to speak against the motion to leave this seat vacant until later time.
Yeah, it sounded like we had a majority for Rebecca if people voted properly with enough, understanding and notice. So it seems like it's wise to just redo it. I'm not sure what you think the ballot is going to be if Rebecca's going to still be on it. If she is forced off, we have another nomination possibly.
Well, the body did rule that she was forced off. So if we decide not to table this until a later time, which could happen later in this meeting, we would have to have a new set of nominations, and we would have to and it would not include Ms. Lau. Having said that, she did outpoll Noda. So we are in kind of an unusual situation here. I don't want to speak for or against this motion. You're requesting information, Mr. Schwartzberg.
Yeah, wait, was that the ruling that she's not on the ballot anymore? Because she was not outpolled by Noda.
Yeah, but if we have to go to a second ballot, we would remove the last place contender. That was her.
So that's Noda. Noda's the last place.
But we always have Noda on the ballot. So she's the last non-Noda.
So then just redo it.
Well, that would be a different motion if this motion fails.
Right in the last person?
Yeah, there was a write-in. That's not
There was a write-in, but write-ins are never carried over. Would anybody else like to speak to Pietro's motion? Hearing no one else wanting to speak, let's move to a vote. Let's make this a quick one. Let's make this 1 minute, since most people are voting in the first minute anyway. It would be similar in wording to the David Fight motion, so let me find that wording very quickly.
I've got it. Shall we leave the remaining one seat in JD1 vacant to be filled at a later time? 1
Yes.
minute poll.
Yes.
It is out there. Complete.
Complete. We have 32 ayes, 11 nays. The ayes have it. We shall leave this remaining one seat in JD1 vacant to be filled at a later time. Again, that can happen later during this meeting when we have seated a larger committee. At this point, we can probably open up. Are there Are there similar conundrums on any of the other ballots, TJ?
No, I could release all the rest, I think.
Just release them all. That's fine.
Okay, give me just a second. They are all released now. And everyone else won their races is how I see it.
So Mr. Morgan won with 36 votes with 5 for Noda and JD2. Congratulations. Mr. Durazio won with 37 votes and 6 voting Noda in JD7. Thank you very much. Mr. Torres and Mr. Comey won with 68 and 88% of their votes in JD12. Your mom got 1 vote, so she should be proud. And in JD13, Mr. Cummings and Ms. Cummings and Mr. Bell each won decisively. Of note, Mr. Wenke, who is not eligible in JD13, received 1 vote. And Ms. Altman, who had declined a nomination here, also received 1 vote. So congratulations to everybody. We have a almost full and complete state committee. We have a motion to recess if no pending main motions. I'm open to, rather than entertain that motion, I'm open to suggestions about how long we could stand maybe in recess or at ease for lunch. Anyone want to throw out a time before I make one up?
I'm seeing people hold up one finger. I'm thinking that means 1 hour.
Yes. Okay. So let's stand in recess for 1 hour. Let's reconvene at 2 p.m. Eastern time. We'll go 1 hour, 5 minutes. All right. We are in recess for the next hour and 5 minutes. Thank you. And Jeff, you said you wanted to meet with a bunch of us.
Yeah,
discuss some stuff.
just really quick. Hold on, let me turn this on. Someone has their hand raised too. I don't know who.
Mr. Morgan.
Okay.
Mr. Morgan?
Yeah, I was wondering, I'm trying to go to, I'll probably leave around 3:30 to go to, make it to the Spike event in the city.
Yes.
Is there any need for me to stay tuned in?
We will probably, I mean, we will be talking, the next order of business will be talking about the rules of the party.
Okay.
And
I
then
mean, I'll be
we'll-
on Zoom, but I don't know, is there, the Porcupine has the mobile app as well?
Yeah, you can, it runs on mobile, just fine.
Okay, gotcha. I'll download that as well.
I mean, it's just a website.
Oh, okay.
You can go to ny.porcupine.live on your mobile browser. It works pretty well, actually.
Okay. Awesome. All right. That was it. Thank you.
No worries.
Can we? I'm going to stop the live stream for now.
You can certainly stop the live stream for now. That's fine.
Okay.